That was the third call. Um, so good morning, everyone, and welcome to the SPS Committee Thematic Session on Digital Tools. Thank you all for joining this discussion. Before we begin, I would like to show you the new tab Overview of the Meeting Week available on e-Agenda. In one click, you can view all meetings and events scheduled this week and access the relevant information. As you can see here in the screen, you can access this through e-agenda, and it will provide you with all the information that you may need in order for you to follow all the events of the SPS week. This tab was launched in March and is part of the continuous improvement on the SPS committee work. You will find there that for each and every event, there are links and all the information that you may need in order to reach the room and the place where every event will happen. So again, this is part of all the improvements, and I would like to thank the Secretariat for their continuous work on this particular issue. Yeah. So I do hope that you will all use this feature in our work for this week. Now, going back to the thematic session, let me remind everyone that this thematic session will be conducted in a hybrid format. For those participating virtually via Zoom, please press the raise hand button to request the floor. Remember to only activate your microphones once you have been given the floor. And please mute your microphone once you have finished speaking. I would also like to highlight that interpretation is provided in English, French, and Spanish. And instructions on how to select the language on Zoom have been posted on the chat. Finally, please also note that this session is being live streamed on the WTO's YouTube channel from the floor, and the recording will be made available in English, French, and Spanish on the WTO website after the event. Now, turning to the substance of our discussions, you may recall that at its March 2024 meeting, the SPS committee decided to hold a thematic session on digital tools. Based on proposals submitted by the European Union, Norway, and the United States, the thematic session aims to explore the utilization of technological solutions in the SPS field. The focus will be on facilitating safe trade through enhanced transparency and efficiency. The final program for this thematic session was circulated in document GSPS Gen 2020 2224 Rev 2 on 19 June 2024. Please note that in this final program, the order of the speakers has been modified to consider the time change when connecting online from different time zones. Over the course of the day, we have a dynamic agenda planned as follows. Session 1 delves into the transformative impact of digitalization and trade facilitation processes, and will share insights and experiences with various digital tools. Session 2 will explore future developments and barriers in using digital tools to facilitate safe trade, showcasing ongoing projects and upcoming initiatives, and highlighting the application of technologies such as artificial intelligence and machine learning. It will also discuss how digital tools can enhance efficiency and safety in global trade. Finally, I will conclude with a few closing remarks. So let us commence with session 1, focusing on digitalization in SPS for trade facilitation. In the first half, representatives from the WOA and the OECD and IPPC will present their work on the digitalization of trade and its impact. In the second half, members, along with industry representatives, will share their insights and experiences with online tools, including e-certification platforms, websites for publishing SPS legislation, and other digital resources. I will ask the speakers for this session to please come to the podium, and those who are joining us online to please press the raise hand button. They are already here. So we had a last minute change in the program. The IPPC will present first and WOA will follow. Unfortunately, the Codex representative won't be able to attend the session due to unforeseen reasons. We will make Ms. Briscoe's presentation available on the dedicated web page. The first presentation will be delivered jointly by Mr. Dominique Menon, E-Phyto Program Officer, who will be joining us here in person, and Mr. Emmanuel Plarhar-Kra, Phytosanitary Standard Setting Support Specialist, who will be joining us online. Both Mr. Menon and Mr. Kra are from the IPPC Secretariat. They will be presenting an overview of the IPPC e-Phyto solution to facilitate safe trade and the IPPC online commenting system. Mr. Menon and Mr. Kra, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour à tous. C'est un plaisir pour moi d'être avec vous aujourd'hui, d'autant que c'est la première fois que je participe à un SPS Committee. Donc, merci de votre accueil. Donc, je vais vous faire une présentation, un aperçu, une mise à jour relativement à la solution e-Phyto de la CIPV, de la Convention internationale pour la protection des végétaux, qui est l'outil de numérisation de la certification phytosanitaire permettant de faciliter la sécurité des échanges commerciaux de végétaux et produits végétaux. Next, please. Donc, la solution e-Phyto, comme vous le savez peut-être, mais au moins nous serons tous au même niveau d'information. Ce que l'on appelle la solution e-Phyto de la CIPV se compose de 3 éléments principaux, le hub, le gens et l'harmonisation. Le hub, c'est un serveur central qui permet l'échange de certificats phytosanitaires électroniques ou e-Phyto entre les organisations nationales de la protection des végétaux, ONPV, selon un ensemble de règles de connexion prescrites. Il n'est pas nécessaire, ce qui veut dire qu'il n'est pas nécessaire de mener de longues et coûteuses discussions bilatérales pays par pays pour parvenir à un accord sur l'établissement de relations numériques. Une fois qu'un pays est connecté au hub, il peut échanger des e-Phyto avec tous les autres pays également connectés au hub. Ça, c'est la première composante. La deuxième, le gens ou système national e-Phyto générique, c'est un système centralisé basé sur le web qui permet aux pays qui n'ont pas de système national de produire, d'envoyer et de recevoir des e-Phyto par l'intermédiaire du hub. Donc, l'intérêt de ça, par conséquent, c'est qu'aucun pays n'est exclu de l'échange numérique de certificats phytosanitaires s'il ne dispose pas d'un système national. Troisième élément fondamental, l'harmonisation. L'harmonisation signifie que la structure et la transmission des e-Phyto suivent un format harmonisé grâce à l'utilisation d'un mapping ou d'une cartographie de codes et de listes normalisées, ce qui leur permet d'être échangés via le hub. Donc, en résumé, la solution e-Phyto de la CIPV permet aux organisations nationales de la protection des végétaux de produire et d'échanger avec d'autres ONPV participantes des e-Phyto d'une manière sécurisée, peu coûteuse, rapide et efficace. Next, please. Donc, quel est le statut actuel de l'échange de e-Phyto, le statut des pays de par le monde? À ce jour, 133 pays sont connectés, ont rejoint le hub e-Phyto de la CPV, y inclut 90 qui échangent, ça ne veut pas dire 100%, mais qui échangent des e-Phyto en mode production. Ce sont les pays en vert. 34 qui réalisent des tests, ce sont les pays en orange, et 9 qui sont enregistrés mais n'ont pas encore démarré des tests. Et sur ces 133 pays, donc c'est vous dire aussi l'importance du gens, 53 utilisent cet outil pour échanger des e-Phyto. Next. En termes de nombre de certificats échangés par le hub, là, la courbe que vous voyez, c'est en mode production depuis le début du lancement du système. Donc 2018, c'était une année pilote, mais ça a réellement démarré en 2019. Vous constatez que une augmentation constante avec actuellement le système traite par mois plus de 200 000 certificats en mode production par mois, sachant qu'il a été conçu pour en traiter 100 000 par jour. Donc il y a encore de la marge. Donc à ce jour, depuis le début du lancement du système, depuis 2019, plus de 6 millions de certificats, 6,3 sur le graphique, ont été échangés depuis la création du hub. Intéressant de constater l'augmentation importante au début de 2020, qui correspond à la pandémie, où ça a fait sentir le criant besoin de travailler à distance, et donc grâce en l'occurrence à la certification électronique. Je voulais juste aussi mentionner, vous avez des pics là, à la fin de l'année 2023. Pour être transparent, c'est un problème technique que nous avons eu avec un pays qui émettait le même certificat encore et encore. Donc maintenant, il y a un dispositif dans le hub qui empêche les duplicats de passer, les duplicata, les duplications. Donc ça, c'est réglé. Donc voilà, nous sommes à 200 000 par jour par mois échangés actuellement. Next one, please. En termes d'impact économique sur le marché mondial des végétaux et produits végétaux. En termes de valeur économique des exportations certifiées électroniquement, les résultats sont également intéressants si l'on se réfère à une étude actuellement menée conjointement par le Centre d'investissement de la FAO et la division du commerce et des marchés de la FAO en partenariat avec la Banque européenne pour la reconstruction et le développement. Cette étude, qui porte sur l'analyse coût-bénéfice d'e-Phyto et son impact sur le commerce mondial, sera finalisée d'ici septembre prochain. Mais là, sur cette diapositive, les résultats préliminaires indiquent l'impact d'e-Phyto sur le commerce mondial des végétaux et produits végétaux, avec une augmentation constante des exportations accompagnées d'e-Phyto. Ainsi, vous constatez à la fin de l'année 2023, en octobre précisément, puisque novembre et décembre, les données n'ont pas encore été consolidées, mais à octobre 2023, on estime en valeur économique, pas en nombre d'e-Phyto, mais en valeur économique, l'étude estime que 17% de la valeur du commerce mondial des végétaux et produits végétaux nécessitant une certification phytosanitaire est couverte par des e-Phyto. Next one, please. Les derniers développements relatifs à la solution e-Phyto, l'amélioration des transmissions. Le hub a été initialement conçu avec un protocole d'échange simple pour envoyer et recevoir des e-Phyto, c'est-à-dire des messages XML entre les ONPV enregistrés. Cependant, l'utilisation croissante du hub a fait apparaître la nécessité d'assurer la connexion avec des systèmes tiers tels que des guichets uniques. C'est pourquoi la CIPV et l'UNICC, qui est notre prestataire de services et qui héberge le hub, s'efforcent en permanence de relier au guichet unique douanier les pays qui en font la demande. Cela a déjà été fait avec plusieurs pays. Le sceau électronique, comme vous le savez peut-être, en raison de la réglementation de l'Union européenne, tout pays souhaitant commercer avec les États membres de l'UE en utilisant la solution e-Phyto doit faire signer numériquement chaque e-Phyto avec un sceau numérique ou e-seal. Donc l'UNICC travaille avec les ONPV et les prestataires de services de certification pour faciliter cette mise en conformité. La facturation électronique avec le GENS est aussi opérationnelle. Des fonctions de facturation électronique ont été récemment ajoutées au GENS pour les pays demandant le pays d'une redevance phytosanitaire avant la délivrance du certificat phytosanitaire d'exportation. Autre élément important, le GENS qui était disponible depuis plusieurs années, originellement en anglais, puis en français et en arabe, est depuis peu aussi disponible en russe et en espagnol. Même si ces deux dernières versions, russe et espagnol, doivent être testées par des pays, mais c'est maintenant disponible. Concernant le financement, le nerf de la guerre, si j'ose dire, donc un mécanisme de financement de la solution e-Phyto de la CIPV, un mécanisme a été approuvé à titre pilote lors de la 18e session de la Commission des mesures phytosanitaires tenue en avril dernier. Tenant compte du niveau de développement des pays pour une redevance de base et de l'usage d'e-Phyto pour le droit d'utilisation, les contributions attendues des pays sont volontaires. Le modèle de financement sera mis en œuvre en tant que projet pilote en 2025 et 2026 et sera ensuite évalué. En outre, des discussions sont toujours en cours pour obtenir un financement total ou partiel de la FAO. Ateliers nationaux conjointement organisés par la CIPV et le groupe consultatif du secteur de l'industrie. Nous organisons régulièrement des ateliers en ligne destinés aux organisations nationales de protection des végétaux et au secteur privé pour promouvoir la solution e-Phyto. L'objectif de ces ateliers est de faciliter les échanges entre les importateurs, les exportateurs, les associations commerciales et les ONPV sur les avantages de l'adoption de la solution e-Phyto de la CIPV. Et puis, je remercie aussi certains partenaires que vous voyez à l'écran qui contribuent, qui appuient certains pays pour qu'ils adoptent plus facilement la solution e-Phyto au niveau national, que ce soit le le Fonds pour l'application des normes et le développement du commerce, le STDF, la Banque mondiale ou l'Alliance mondiale pour la facilitation du commerce. Next one. Alors, challenge et perspective. Donc, dans le cadre stratégique de la Convention internationale pour la protection des végétaux, l'objectif, c'est qu'à l'horizon 2030, IFATO soit mis en œuvre dans tous les pays. Concernant plus précisément le plan stratégique de mise en œuvre d'IFATO pour la période 2024-2030 qui a été approuvé lors de la Commission des mesures phytosanitaires en avril dernier, je viens d'en parler, donc je n'y reviens pas, mais un point central, c'est de rechercher un financement à long terme de la solution IFATO de la CPV. C'est de maintenir et améliorer le système, donc exercer une veille permanente pour assurer la cybersécurité, voire répondre aux demandes des pays pour des améliorations sur le hub ou sur le GENS, et puis investiguer aussi quelles pourraient être les potentialités de l'intelligence artificielle pour, par exemple, traquer, suivre les exigences phytosanitaires à l'importation. Quand c'est nécessaire aussi, appuyer les pays, puisque mais ça c'est variable d'un pays à l'autre, mais certains pays peuvent avoir le besoin d'un appui, que ce soit pour revoir le cadre législatif, pour faire un bilan des infrastructures IT, que ce soit aussi pour sensibiliser les décideurs à l'adoption de la certification électronique. Et puis, comme nous l'avons toujours dit, nous sommes ouverts à coopérer avec d'autres organisations internationales non phytosanitaires. Je pense en particulier à l'Organisation mondiale de la santé animale ou le Codex Alimentarius, si elles souhaitent utiliser le hub pour leur certificat. Et puis, dernier point, la communication pour sensibiliser les décideurs et les utilisateurs aux bénéfices de la certification électronique. Next. Enfin, pour conclure, donc je vous mets cette diapositive où sur la partie gauche, il s'agit de la page d'accueil du site web ifatoexchange.org qui contient toutes les informations et la documentation relative à l'adhésion à la solution IFITO de la CPV, le statut des pays par rapport à IFITO, vous avez ça en direct, et des cas pratiques, des case studies de pays ayant adopté IFITO. Et sur la droite aussi un lien qui permet d'accéder aux guides et aux cours d'apprentissage en ligne produits par la CIPV, y compris ceux relatifs à la certification phytosanitaire. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Menon. I see Mr. Kra online, so please, Mr. Kra, you can take the floor.
Yes. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Kra, now we can hear you. Please go
Yes.
ahead.
Thank you very much. And good morning and good afternoon, evening to everyone joining also. So this is my first time also participating in the SPS committee, and it's always a pleasure. So I'll be presenting the IPPC online commenting system. Yes, thank you. And so the online commenting system used by IPPC is technically used to gather comment on draft ISPMs, which is the international standard for phytosanitary measures, and it facilitates the gathering process. So mostly the OCS system is used during the IPPC consultation period, which normally happens from 1st of July to the ending of September, which is 30th September. And when we started using OCS, we wanted to facilitate the smooth processing of gathering comment. So when we developed this system, we were mostly guided by three principles, as we see, by its simplicity, efficiency, and user friendliness of OCS. So simplicity, we wanted everyone who inserted comments to have a smooth access, and by its simplicity, the Secretariat of the IPPC can also compile these comments. And also the system technically allows time saving. That's when sending comments and compiling them, all documents are available in one place to streamline the process. So we mostly upload like Word documents, and the interface of OCS, our contracting parties are able to put in comments. We see the comments, we reply the comments. So it's more or less like a chat box or a chat tool where everyone can see and also make comments on it. And with the benefits, so the benefit is mostly is user friendly, easy to access, is confidentiality, because OCS is only accessed by our contracting parties because they have the credentials to access it. So if we create a credentials for you, you'll be able to access it, and it's also fast, more accurate, and easy to compile the commenting process. Next slide, please. Yes. So as we see, so OCS mostly has various user types. We have the review, the review. We have the owner also. We mostly have the author, which is the IPPC contract, the IPPC. We have the deputy. We have the reviewer. So OCS, the IPPC Secretariat, we delegate various roles to people participating in these reviews. So let's say, for example, a country is an author of a review. So the IPPC contracting parties, in line with the IPPC secretariats, go hand in hand with this review. So what we do is, for example, in 1st of July, the consultation period will be open. So all documents going for first consultation and second consultation will be posted on the online commenting system. And contracting parties have the responsibility to open all these documents, make comment on it. If they have various requests, they can go back to the secretariat directly. Then we can help them in developing these comments they put on OCS. Next slide. So this is the homepage of the OCS. So as I said, based on its confidentiality, you can access OCS with your username and password only. If you don't have a username and password, it will be quite difficult unless you are a contracting party or a reviewer of a specific review. And the OCS is not only used during the IPPC consultation period. It's mostly used throughout the whole year because other parties, so OCS, as I didn't say this, so we share OCS also with Codex Alimentarius. So we share the OCS together. And when you see the last slide, there is some useful information and also some links which will go a long way. You can see the guidelines, how to use OCS, and some information on the IPPC webpage also. I think this will be it from my side. Thank you, and over to Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kra, Mr. Menon. Please, if you have any questions or comments, let's keep them in writing somewhere, because we will have another two presentations and then we will open for a Q&A. So the next presentation will be delivered by Dr. Francisco D'Alessio, Deputy Head of the Standards Department at WOA. Dr. D'Alessio, who is joining us online, will be presenting on WOA digital tools to facilitate safer trade. Dr. D'Alessio, you may now take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all participants. I'm Francisco D'Alessio. I'm the Deputy Head of the Standards Department at the World Organization for Animal Health, and I'm very happy to be here today presenting to you on this very relevant topic, and my apologies for not being able to be there in person. Next slide, please. So this thematic session comes in very timely, and digital transformation has been one of the key objectives of the organization's 7th strategic plan for the period 2021-2025, so the current plan, and it's really part of the response to the need to become a more modern and agile organization. And WOHA, from its very beginning, has always been about receiving and sharing information, data. And this trend is a vital shift as a response of the increasing use of information technologies to support regulation for animal health, welfare, and veterinary public health. So in this context, I'm going to be presenting very briefly on 4 topics. So a very quick update on some of our existing tools that we are progressing in the digitalization. Going to show a project that we are progressing on a new tool to show and make our standards available. I'm going to inform you of some new work that we are initiating on working on e-certification and on our standards. And then I'm going to close by making some reference to the observatory and how it has helped us in this digitalization process. Next slide, please. First, showing some of the updates that we have done in the recent times for our key tools that they are key for our function, but also they are very important to facilitate the safer trade and the communications between member countries in the process of reaching safe trade. First, you probably have all heard, even if you are not veterinarians or not our core public in this matter, the word animal health information system is one of our pillars and one of our core functions since the very beginning. Is for receiving and sharing animal health information between countries, which is critical for the definition of the fair sanitary measures, to know which measures to apply and when to apply them, and also the possibility to have a record of the country's notification is vital in showing transparency and building trust between trading partners. Next slide, please. This is too much detail probably for you, but basically the WAH is a system that is working for ages now, based on the official notification by members submitting through the organization and through the system, made available to the global community to facilitate decision making, to improve disease awareness and prevention, and more importantly, to enable responsible risk management and safeguarding international trade. Next slide, please. So this system has been working since many, many years. At the beginning, it was paper-based. From more than 30 years now, it's a digital system, and now it has gone a very an encompassing revision. And there are many, many new modules, optimization of the monitoring modules, the event management modules. The annual report is a full new system. And especially there are optimized dashboards where all this information can be better processed and used by members. And now there is also the possibility to access and download many of this information. So this is probably for you to communicate to the technical teams back in your capitals, where it's a very, very important work for us. Then you probably have heard about what is the PBS pathway. So based on WOHA standards, the organization long time ago has developed a tool to assess the performance of veterinary services. And based on that tool, we have built a capacity building program. Along this program, there is a series of assessment and missions which are done by independent experts that generate a lot of information. This report has been owned by the members, and they have been staying probably in the desk of many members without being too much accessible or hard to use or analyze. And we all know that in the process of exchanging information before initiating a trade relationship, there is a lot of exchange of information about the systems, about how they work, what is the situation in the countries. Next slide, please. So this report, which in the case of the PBS pathway, we refer to the evaluation report, which is a description of the country's veterinary services and how they comply with the standards. Veterinary legislation reports, which are about a detailed analysis on the country's legislation in the matter of animal health and international trade, and the gap analysis report, which is more of a strategic view on the plans of the veterinary services. But all these reports contain a mine of information that countries could use to also facilitate these exchanges of information to reach agreement and to build the relationship and the trust between member countries. So just to show the amount of information that was generated over these 17 years, since 2007 that we started, more than 650 reports have been produced on 142 countries. Next slide, please. So this was a major effort. All this information has been compiled in a new and completely digitalized PBS passport information system, which contains the repository of all reports and allows for analysis, information sharing, and also translation management. This system provides some information which is available in the public domain, but also all the reports that belong to a country are fully available for each of the members following the confidentiality profile that has been requested by each of the members. Next slide, please. So those two are really major updates of things we had in the past, and I really encourage you to share this information with the technical teams to explore how this could be used to facilitate the exchanges and communication between members. Then a new project that we have in progress is well advanced, and it will probably be launched after the summer. So as you probably know, as standard setting bodies, we produce 4 sets of standards, which are what we call the codes and the manuals, which were historically produced as books, which were distributed to delegates and also put into every veterinary services office in the world. Last year, we initiated this process, which is an innovative solution designed to revolutionize how this information in the standards are made available to the users, but also not only to the more experienced staff, but also to a broader public. Next slide, please. This project will deliver 2 new interfaces integrated in the public WOHA website, so they will be available for everybody. One, it's a navigation and search tool to navigate all 4 standards at once in a single interface, which are much more easier way of doing that, especially for users which are not technical expert or expert in these codes and manuals. And secondly, which is very interesting for this forum, is a dedicated interface to access the recommendation for safe international trade by commodities. Next slide, and I will tell you a little bit more about this later. So this interface, probably you know, but our codes are really focused on disease prevention. So the standards are based per diseases. We have more than, for example, in the case of the terrestrial animal code, more than 77 chapters on diseases, and within each of the diseases, we have specific recommendations. So unless you are an expert, a veterinary expert, or you've been working with this for a long time, it's very hard to find all the relevant measures that apply for a given commodity. So this tool has been built creating a categorization of commodities, which is inspired, or as much as possible, can you click please, aligned with the HS code of the World Customs Organization. So there is a progressive filter for commodities groups, and then within each group, some commodities, and then the different species from which those commodities could derive. And after selecting one specific commodity from a given species, next slide, please. The system will provide the detail of all recommended measures which are included in WOHA standards for that particular commodity. And also a second feature is that all these measures, following the logic of the SPS agreement, we provide different equivalent alternatives depending of the status of the disease at origin to allow the measure to be really adapted to this health situation. So we have an additional function that allows for a given selection to really filter by a specific profile of which diseases are present or not at origin, and to get a tailored result on the recommended measures. And these results can be, as you see there, printed, shared, downloaded for further use of discussion. And this is available in the 3 languages, official languages of WOHA, English, French, and Spanish, which makes it also very important to facilitate the discussion between members of different languages. Next slide, please. So this slide very simple. So it's really, in terms of access, is facilitating the access, everything in one place, and with a much more natural and easy way of searching, which will hopefully facilitate the access to our standards for less expert users, more expert, for example, interested in trade, or trade operators, which could be interested beyond our user public. It will be easy to use, and as I said, all the added value that this access by commodity bring in terms of facilitating the decision making, highlighting the connection between the different commodities and the tool, striving for commodity-based trade, and then also the possibility to tailor the results per disease at origin, for animal status at origin, which is a very critical point, to be fair. Next slide. Okay, and then this is also a new information on a work that we are just starting, and we are starting to work with our standards in e-certification, following the work that the IPPC colleague just presented, and also similar work that was developed by Codex, in which we've been following and collaborating. Next slide, please. So we have launched an expert consultation group that will work to develop reference data models and data standards for the model animal health certificates in the codes terrestrial and aquatic, using the model certificates which are already in the standards, and the electronic certificates which follows the UN CEFACT SPS data standards, to ensure alignment with the digital certificate already created by Codex. This work has already started. The first meeting was combined 10 days ago, so it's already ongoing. Next slide, please. So to highlight key points of the work we are planning and which are going to be the next steps. So different to what the IPPC colleague proposed, and more similar to what the Codex Alimentarius has done, WOHA will not be creating a hub for transmission of certificates, but will provide harmonized data standards for certificates to facilitate the data exchange between trading partners as countries move away from paper certificate. We anticipate to complete this work by the end of 2024, and all this, the outputs of this work will be made available online on the public website. Following this work, we anticipate to start next year, we will launch a dedicated other group, an expert group, to review the actual chapters to ensure they are up to date in terms of certification practices. Next slide. And then to close, I would like to highlight, you probably have been heard over the past 2 or 3 years or even more about the WOHA Observatory. Next slide, please. And I'm not going to go into the detail of the observatory, but I do want to highlight that the observatory was a critical piece of this digitalization strategy, of this digitalization process, because the observatory was conceived as a continuous and systematic mechanism to analyze the implementation of our standards by using information which was already available or collected by other activities, even from external sources like WTO notification, for example. And this process of understanding and thinking how we needed to transform our way of using data and analyzing data was really a driving force to push through this transformation and data transformation and data stewardship across all WOHA activities which are originally centered in the members. So, and also just to update you on the observatory, as you know, we have concrete outputs which were already published, where you can see this into practice. So in the monitoring report, as well as the thematic studies, you will see all these different sources of data integrated and presented in a very interactive way with digital and dynamic dashboards, etc. So with this, I conclude my presentation. I thank you very much. I will have to leave the meeting at 11, but if there is any opportunity for questions and answers, I will be there. And if not, you can convene them through the Secretariat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. D'Alessio. I was actually asking the Secretariat for some guidance. The original idea was for us to finish with Dr. Deus on the Q&A, but given that you need to leave us early and also given the context of the work both by WOA and the IPPC, I will probably think that it would be better for us to have a first round of Q&As, especially those directed to WOA, so that you can actually deliver your questions or comments on this presentation um, with priority. So I'll open the floor in case you colleagues have any comments on or questions on the WA presentation. Again, if that's not the case, we can also do it through the Q&A at the end of the presentation by the OECD, and we can also send those questions to the WA representative. The floor is open. Okay, it doesn't seem to be the case. Again, thank you very much, Dr. D'Alessio. I'm sure my colleagues will be probably thinking more about the comments on or questions by the end of this, the next presentation. We will now move on to the OECD's presentation. I now would like to give the floor to Dr. Annelise Deus, Senior Agricultural Policy Analyst from the OECD, who will be presenting on the digitalization of sanitary and phytosanitary systems, recent and ongoing OECD work. Dr. Deus, who is joining us on the podium, will also be accompanied virtually by her counterpart, Dr. Edith Laguet, for the Q&A session afterwards. Dr. Deus, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I'm very pleased to be here today and to participate in this very interesting thematic session on digital tools. So my name is Annelise Deus. I'm, as the chair already said, a senior economist at the OECD, and I lead the work on agricultural trade. And if I can see the presentation. Okay. Well, I'll start talking already. Today I'm going to present recent and ongoing work at the OECD on the digitalization of SPS systems. So at the OECD, we have started several projects that examine the digitalization of SPS systems. And we have focused on two specific types of digitalization, namely the digitalization of certification, so SPS electronic certificates, and also the digitalization of audits for food safety, so remote audits. And on the slide that will come up soon, I hope, I listed all the work that we have been doing and that we're currently doing. And I also indicated, in fact, that in this presentation, I will focus on two specific projects. The first one, which is together with my colleague Edith Lager, that is looking at SPS electronic certification, current use and benefits. And then the second part of my presentation, I'm going to cover a recently published report together with Stephanie Honey on remote audits. So, okay, I'll maybe. Okay.
Technical difficulties. So please, if you can give us 1 minute. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor. Please go ahead.
Great. So, so here you see the two works that I'm going to focus on in my presentation, so the ones with the blue arrows. So the first one, so we can go to the next slide. Thank you. So for the ongoing work on SPS e-certificates, current practices and benefits, I'd like to focus on the key analysis that we are doing in this study. And so two objectives of this project are to, first of all, take stock of the current use of SPS e-certs, and secondly, to quantify trade impacts of using these SPS electronic certificates. Now, to do this, we collected information using a survey on the use of SPS e-certs, and we asked a couple of questions. First of all, we asked to which countries are you sending SPS e-certs, for which HS codes, and since when? From which countries are you receiving SPS e-certs, for which HS codes, and since when? Are you using eFITO? Which other e-certification platforms are you using? And what is the governing agreement behind this exchange? And so we received responses from 25 countries about their use of SPS e-certificates as of July 2023. Next slide, please. So a first thing that we did when we received the survey is to match the countries' responses on their use of electronic certificates with annual trade data from UN Comtrade. And this then allows us to examine how much trade is potentially covered by electronic certificates. And I really would like to stress the word potentially here, because all the results that are represented in our work are based on the decision to harmonize the data points according to the possibility to exchange SPS electronic certificates and not on the actual exchange. And in fact, many of the countries declared that they are not keeping track of the way in which consignments are cleared between physical or electronic certificates. So this figure then shows the share of overall potential trades that is covered by sanitary and phytosanitary e-certificates from 2018 until 2022. And the key message here is that the coverage has been growing for both sanitary and phytosanitary certificates, but it's relatively stronger for phytosanitary products And this is due to the expansion, of course, of countries connecting to the IPPC's eFITO hub. So since we chose to transform the survey responses into points representing the potential exchange of SPS e-certificates, this figure in fact illustrates the extensive margin of new agreements between trading partners rather than a given country pair extending the scope of the products that are covered, or even the share of electronic versus paper certificates that are exchanged between two countries. Next slide, please. So another way to look at the data is to focus on country pairs relationships. And so these two figures offer a visualization of the number of agreements arranged between countries for the exchange of SPS e-certificates as of July 2023. So these two figures, in fact, show the same information. It's just represented differently. So on the left, you see the relationships in terms of the possibility to send SPS e-certificates. And on the right, you see the relationship in terms of the possibility to receive SPS e-certificates. And so two preliminary results here are that, first of all, we notice that more countries tend to receive e-certs. So that's on the right axis. So 25 of the 25 countries from which we received survey responses indicated that they receive SPS e-certificates, and fewer countries are sending them. So that's what you see on the complete left axis. So from the 25 countries, 15 indicated that they are sending e-certs. A second observation is that more phytosanitary electronic certificates are exchanged than sanitary e-certificates, and that you can see in the center of the figure. So you see like a larger share of phytosanitary than sanitary e-certificates. And again, this is stronger for phytosanitary products because of the expansion of countries connecting to the IPPC ePhyto hub. Next slide, please. Okay, so the second thing that we did then was, in addition to taking stock of the use of e-certs, we also wanted to examine the impact on trade of using SPS e-certificates. And so to do this, we used gravity model estimations. And in the interest of time, I won't go into the details of these model assumptions and the robustness checks. I'll just focus on the key preliminary results. And again, this is ongoing work, so these results still have to, we're still going to fine tune these results. So first thing that we did was estimating how much trade values increased after the introduction of electronic certificates. And we did this for the period 2017 till 2022. And so we distinguish between plant products and animal products. And we also account for the fact that there might be a phasing in of trade effects. So that is when a country starts exchanging e-certs, the impacts will not materialize immediately. It might take 1 or 2 years. And so that's why in this figure you see the impact after 1 and after 2 years. And so the preliminary results from this analysis indicate that implementing SPS e-certificates is associated with greater trade values. And so during this period, 2017-2022, we see a 72% increase in the total trade value of plant products and a 48% increase in the total trade value of animal products. Next slide, please. So then what we also wanted to do is we wanted to examine the role of using SPS e-certificates during COVID-19. And so the question that we asked was the hypothetical or counterfactual question, well, what would have been the trade loss in those countries that used electronic certificates had they not used electronic certificates? And so to estimate this counterfactual or hypothetical trade losses, we estimated this for each trading relationship and for every sector. And then we aggregated these trade losses without e-certs for each sector across all the trading relationships. And so this figure then shows the differential trade impact of not using electronic certificates during COVID the COVID-19 pandemic, so during the period March 2020 until December 2022, and for each of the sectors in the analysis. And so the largest impacts on trade from not using SPS certificates are estimated in the meat processing and preserving sector, reaching almost $400 million. And this is likely driven by the fact that the pandemic had the most significant impact on the meat sector. But we see also that fresh fruits, fresh vegetables, and cereals are among the sectors that would have lost most trade without SPS certification. So electronic certification helped avoid almost 191 million in dollars in trade losses for fresh fruit and about 60 million for fresh vegetables. Next slide, please. Okay, so then we come to the second part of my presentation. So now I'd like to discuss the second type of digitalization of SPS measures, namely remote audits. And I already presented this work last year during a side event at the SPS committee in November, so I'll keep it very brief. I just have 2 slides. So this report was published last year, and we examined several aspects of remote audits. So we proposed a terminology and a definition of remote audits. We examined the costs, the benefits, and also the effectiveness of remote audits versus on-site audits. We looked at the most useful practices when conducting a remote audit, and we inquired about viewpoints for continued or broader adoption in the future of remote audits. So at the bottom of the slide, I added some figures that come from the report that we developed to illustrate the terminology and the definitions that we used in this report. So when we started this research, we very quickly realized that people mean different things when they talk about remote audits. And on top of that, there are lots of different terms circulating: hybrid, blended approach, in-person, traditional, on-site. So we said, okay, we need to make sure that when we start this study, that first of all, we are talking about the same thing. So the way that we did this is we said, okay, let's start by looking at the stages of a typical audit. So there are 3 different stages. And in the middle stage is really the audit itself. And we said, well, there we have different types of evidence gathering activities. Now, this evidence gathering activity, there are 2 different methods in which this can be done. This can be done either on-site or it can be done remotely. And then this was the basis for the definitions. So we said if all of the evidence gathering activities happen on-site, we're talking about an on-site audit. If all of the evidence gathering activities occur remotely, we're talking about a remote audit. And if some of these evidence gathering activities are on site and others remotely, then we're talking about a partially remote audit. Next slide, please. And in addition, we also examined the costs and benefits of remote audits, and we did this using interviews and a survey. And so in the text balloons on top in green and orange, you can see some of the responses that we got when we were conducting the interviews about the benefits and the costs. But we also did a survey in order to quantify the costs and benefits of remote audits vis-a-vis on-site audits. And we looked at the costs in terms of time, people, and money. And so we noticed from the survey responses that remote audits are more demanding than on-site audits in terms of time, especially in the first stage, the preparatory stage. We saw that remote audits required about the same amount of people as on-site audits, and remote audits cost less in terms of money compared to on-site audits, especially during the audit itself. We also looked at the effectiveness of remote audits, and I won't go into details of this figure, just to say that overall the respondents indicated that fully remote audits were less effective than on-site audits, but there was greater comfort with partially remote audits. And finally, we also asked in the survey whether the respondents would support the continued use of remote audits. And in fact, most of them indicated that yes, they would support the use of remote audits, but mostly partially remote audits or for audits under certain situations. Okay, thank you very much, and looking forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dos. And I don't know if Dr. Lager would also like to share her insights. If that's not the case, we can move on to the Q&A in case she wants to address any of those questions. With this, I will now like to open the floor for questions related to the presentation by IPPC, WOA, and OECD. The floor is now open. While my colleagues are gathering their thoughts, I will ask one simple question that probably is not that simple, that goes both to the IPPC colleagues but also to the OECD. You have both presented very interesting statistics. The IPPC has indicated that right now the eFITO is covering 17% of the value traded, that could be needing e-certificates, more or less. And probably I'm not fully interpreting right that statistic. On the other hand, the OECD is indicating that 25% of total trade could be covered by e-certificates. So my question to you will be, there is obviously a gap between the amount of trade that we could be covering right now with eFITO, for instance, and the amount of trade that could be covered by e-certificates in general. So what are we missing right now to improve both the let's say the compliance or the use both of eFITO, but also in terms of trade? What are we missing? Is it geographic coverage? Is it certain products? Where are the biggest benefits we could get if we have a more focused approach on improving those two statistics? So any thoughts on that regard will be more than welcome. So I'll give the floor to perhaps Monsieur Menon. Yes, you want to go ahead, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vais essayer de répondre du mieux possible, parce qu'effectivement, ce n'est pas une question facile. Alors, les différences entre ce que j'ai présenté, les 17% et les 25%, je pense que les méthodes ne sont pas les mêmes. Ayant consulté mes collègues économistes qui m'ont fourni ce graphe, donc 17% en octobre 2023, on leur a donné les statistiques eFITO, pays par pays. Donc, ils ont raisonné pair par pair, c'est-à-dire un pays échange avec tout l'autre pays. Ils croisaient avec le fait qu'ils échangent en papier ou en électronique. Donc, ils ont croisé les données eFITO avec les données commerciales, pair par pair de pays. Donc, s'il n'y avait pas d'échange d'eFITO, ce n'est pas pris en compte. S'il y a d'échange d'eFITO, c'est pris en compte avec un pays A échange avec un pays B des eFITO. À ce moment-là, c'est considéré comme couvert par eFITO. Donc, ils ont raisonné par pair. Après, bon, je laisserai ma collègue compléter. La méthode était probablement différente et j'ai bien compris le terme potentiel. Donc, voilà, c'est peut-être là qu'il y a une différence. Maintenant, pour essayer de répondre à le second aspect de la question de Monsieur le Président, vous avez vu la carte avec tous les pays en vert qui signifie qu'ils ont le statut exchanging, mais ça ne veut pas dire qu'un pays qui a adopté le statut exchanging, du jour au lendemain, il a complètement abandonné les certificats papier, il fait du 100% certificat électronique. Ce qu'il faut bien comprendre, c'est que progressivement, c'est progressif, ce n'est pas du blanc et noir du jour au lendemain. En général, ce que font les pays, ils commencent à échanger des eFITO, donc ils adoptent tout de suite le statut vert, le statut exchanging, avec leur pays privilégié en termes d'échanges commerciaux, et peut-être aussi pour certaines marchandises en particulier pour lesquelles il y a le plus de flux commerciaux. Ils commencent comme ça, et puis après, progressivement, ils vont développer avec d'autres pays. Mais un pays qui a le statut vert, ça ne veut pas dire qu'il échange avec tous les pays de la Terre entière, parce qu'il y a une disposition très précise dans la norme internationale pour les mesures phytosanitaires numéro 12 relative aux certificats phytosanitaires qui dispose qu'un certificat phytosanitaire électronique peut être envoyé vers un pays importateur que si celui-ci l'accepte. Ça peut très bien marcher techniquement, mais pour des raisons réglementaires ou autres organisationnelles ou de management, le pays importateur n'est pas encore prêt, même si techniquement le système IT marche, n'est pas encore prêt à recevoir les phyto. Donc c'est pour ça que c'est progressif et que pour l'instant, d'après nos informations, en valeur économique, 17% des échanges commerciaux de végétaux et produits végétaux, au sens de l'ANIMPE 5, sont couverts par des phyto. Je ne sais pas si j'ai bien répondu à votre question. J'ai essayé de faire du mieux que j'ai pu. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Go ahead, doctor.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you for that question. And I think the first part was comparing those stats that you saw from the colleagues from IPPC and then ours about the percentage of value of traded. And I think the main reason for this discrepancy or change or difference between the two numbers is that I guess in the case of IPPC, you're covering all the countries. While in our case, the result is based on our survey, right? So we have 25 countries that we surveyed. So that's, we're basing our result on that. Then in terms of what are we missing? So we know because a lot of this is voluntary, the exchange of electronic certificates. So not everybody is using this continuously. So that's one of the aspects I think that could be improved over time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, doctor. I see the flags of Australia and the United States. Australia, please.
Thank you, Chair. My question is a fairly simple question. I'm not sure if it might have a complex answer, but I was interested to hear Francesco say that at this stage, WARA isn't considering the hub like the IPPC. I'm just curious as to why that may be, and is that not considering it now, or is it something in the future that could be considered? And I suppose that's reflecting that there seems to be a greater uptake of e-certification certificates being exchanged through IPPC compared to perhaps what's happening through the, I guess, sanitary side. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Australia. I will take another question from the US just to point out that Dr. D'Alessio is not anymore with us. He already left. So that question, I don't know if you want to direct it to the IPPC or to WOA in this particular case. If not, I'm not sure we can get an answer from the IPPC on this one.
Apologies, Chair. Look, I guess if there's anybody that can answer that, I'd be happy to hear, even from the floor, because I'm sure there's some who have been much more involved with the WOA activity, perhaps.
Okay, great. So I'll take one more question from the US so that everybody can also provide any comments they may have. Oh, just before that, let me ask the question to the US and okay, thank you. The US, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I appreciate all the information that was shared by all the presentations. It is really one of the benefits of this sort of session that all of us can sit down and hear about these kinds of advances that we don't often have these updates. The question I have is, I guess, sort of directed toward WOA, but maybe back at the IPPC as well. It's really too bad that Codex can't be here. But the IPPC, the e-Phyto project has been going on for quite some time. It was a really extensive, there was a lot of thought put into that. I thought it was interesting, the WOA comments, indicating that they weren't going to have a hub. Obviously, they're very different sectors, the animal product sector versus the plant product sector. I guess I'm interested to know kind of what lines of communication there are between the two organizations in terms of possible lessons learned. I know that historically, that's not fair to say. They're just very different. The products are very different and the approaches are very different. But I think that, again, having watched the successful implementation of the IPPC's system, but also knowing quite a bit about the work that went into the front side of that, is there engagement with WOA and perhaps Codex as well about, things that worked, things that didn't work, or ways in which we might, work together on the front side of things to help facilitate the uptake of those approaches. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, the US. So yes, lots of interest in the interactions between WOA and the IPPC. I noticed that our colleague from the IGTC, Mr. Craig Fetchuk, wants to take the floor. Perhaps you want to provide some comments in that regard? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, no, I just wanted to mention in response to Australia's question, which was quite good. Um, Having worked with the IPPC before many years, the hub was built with the intention of being able to handle 100,000 certificates per day. And as you heard from Dominique, they're handling about 200,000 certificates per month. And when I was working at the IPPC, the perspective was it wasn't an IPPC centric system. It would be available uh, for any of the sisters to use. So I'm not sure that that's changed. I'm not working at the IPPC anymore, but certainly it has the capacity to handle a larger number of certificates than it already is. And obviously, given the miniaturization of chips, et cetera, it certainly would be within the realm of reality to say there's the opportunity to expand and include the type of exchanges that the WOA would anticipate for animal health certificates and potentially in the codex area as well. So my personal perspective would be to encourage this interaction and encourage the uptake of those organizations and work with the IPPC to make it an ESPS system as opposed to eFIDO. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Fetchuk. I don't know if the colleagues from the IPPC would like to um, comment on the possibilities of expanding E5 to other areas, especially on the sanitary side. Yes, Mr. Menon, please go ahead.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Juste pour compléter, la CPV a toujours proposé que le hub puisse être utilisé par d'autres organisations pour leurs certificats électroniques, notamment les deux autres sœurs, WOHA et le codex, la commission du Codex Alimentarius. La plateforme de communication, nous avons notamment l'ECAC, qui est le Electronic Certification Advisory Committee, qui réunit les trois sœurs et toute organisation intéressée par la certification électronique et qui est gérée par le STDF. Donc ça, c'est la plateforme de communication privilégiée. Maintenant, alors je ne sais plus si je me souviens bien de la question, si ça venait des États-Unis ou de l'Australie. Je pense qu'un point clé, si l'on compare la certification phytosanitaire avec la certification, par exemple, pour la santé animale, le point clé, et ça a été relaté dans une évaluation ex post commissionnée par le STDF, une évaluation qui a été faite 3 ans, qui a été faite fin 2022-2023 par un consultant indépendant sur eFITO et qui mettait bien en exergue que le point clé, c'est l'harmonisation. Ça, c'est le point clé. Et c'est une chose que nous avons pour les certificats phytosanitaires. Ils sont harmonisés selon le schéma qui est proposé dans la SPM, l'International Standard for Phytosanitary Measures number 12, sur les certificats phytosanitaires, la SPM 12, qui propose un certificat harmonisé. Et donc ça, c'est la clé, je pense, qui a permis le développement d'eFITO depuis ces dernières années. Je pense que c'est le point clé et que ce n'est pas le cas à ma connaissance, même si je ne suis pas un spécialiste. Ça n'est pas le cas. Je pensais plus des négociations bilatérales pour les certificats en santé animale. Mais je parle sous contrôle de mes collègues de WOHA. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Menon. Indeed, I do note, for instance, that the OECD, when they did their counterfactual exercise on the potential trade loss without e-certificates, they pointed out in their graph that the biggest trade losses will be on meat and preserved meat and conservation of meat, followed by fresh fruit. So evidently, there's a lot of potential there for the international organizations to work in the area of sanitary measures and e-certificates in that area. And of course, eFITO proved to be of value for many countries in the context of the pandemic, which is also reflecting on the fact that fresh fruits were the second most possible impacted crop in the context of the trade losses. So that's definitely interesting. I don't know if Dr. Do you want to provide any other comment in that regard? You're okay? I don't see. Oh, yes. So I see Cristiane from the floor that may want to. Oh, Simon. Simon, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So just quickly, because to update the SPS committee, because I mean, you have mentioned already, several of the panelists have indicated the work that the STDF is doing in this area of, or has been doing in the area of electronic certification. So yeah, we are, I mean, I must say that we have been working in this area for many years now. As indicated by Dominique, we provided seed funding to the IPPC Secretariat for the development of the eFITO solution a few years ago, and now we are very proud of its results. And also, as indicated earlier, the main work of that the STDF is doing now is facilitating the dialogue and coordination, collaboration between the different organizations, institutions, countries working in this area of electronic certification, digitalization. So we put in place this group, this practitioner group, the Electronic Certification Advisory Committee that meets a few times per year. And the purpose of this group is to share information on the different initiatives related to eCert and to facilitate linkages and synergies between these initiatives and maximize the outputs and avoid duplication. But then the last piece of information that I think could be useful for this discussion is that we have just started a few months ago some work with the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation of Agriculture, AICA, and is to develop a mechanism for the production and exchange of certificates for live animals and animal products, so eVet. So the idea of this work is really to follow the example of the eFITO solution and to develop a generic system and to exchange these certificates through a hub. So we are very pleased to hear from the IPPC Secretariat that the eFITO hub can be expanded to the use of other type of certificates, not only eFITOs, but also sanitary certificates or veterinary certificates. And we're also happy to hear from WOA that the plan is to work on the data model and not to develop a hub, because I think the best thing is to use the hub that currently exists for the exchange of these veterinary certificates. And since it was indicated that this work on the data model will be developed, will be finalized by the end of this year, this project with AICA is a very good opportunity to test this new data model and exchange those certificates in the current hub. Of course, these are discussions that we still need to have with IPPC, with WOHA, and the focus of the project will be on the Latin American region because we work with AICA, but the idea is to potentially expand this to all countries in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon, and thank you for giving us this important piece of information on the work of the STDF. I sense a lot of convergence here on the use of digital tools, and definitely the work of the APPC has been a key aspect of showing us how we can do this. So I don't see any other request for the floor. Doesn't seem. Oh, I see Sultan. Please, Sultan, go ahead. The EU.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was a bit hesitant because actually I'm just sort of reiterating or reformulating some of the comments and questions and answers. I really enjoyed this presentation. It's very informative for, I guess, many of us who are not specialists in a particular issue, but we have a sort of bird view, a bit of a holistic view. So it was nice to hear the IPPC, WOAC perspective, a bit more overarching on from the OECD, also comment from STDF. And we have also heard about some of the constraints or where you see room for improvement. I was wondering that, and of course, maybe it's too early because we also need to draw certain conclusions after these thematic sessions, also in the context of the sixth review. But I was wondering if you have some good suggestions what this committee could do for you. But these people sitting in this committee, who again, as I said, some of us are sort of generalists, we interact with our plant health colleagues, we interact with our vets, we interact with our financial colleagues. Just again, looking for some sort of general suggestions. Do we, maybe try to focus on sustainable financing? You at a certain point mentioned from IPPC that you have some temporary arrangements and you are hoping that maybe at a certain stage, FAO will ensure that we put in place sort of general financing. We also discussed that it's very important that we ensure a sort of harmonization across the different sectors, more interaction. So again, something we could do for you for the success of this very promising and fascinating project of using digital tools in facilitating SPS-related trade. Thanks.
Thank you, Zoltan. That's actually a very good question, so no problem with that one. We still have a little bit more time. I will take one more question. I see Aika and Canada. Okay, so two more questions. And then I will give back the floor to our colleagues on the podium to answer these questions. So Aika, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, STDF, to mention the work we just started. We are very excited with the opportunity. At this moment, we are coordinating with other organizations and countries and establishing the consultative committees of our project. Any other countries and organizations interested in knowing more about our work, please don't hesitate to reach out to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aika. Canada, you have the floor.
Sure, thanks, and good morning, Chair, and thank you to the presenters for some excellent presentations so far. I think we're off to a great start. I hesitate because my question is so broad, it might be too broad, but it's for anybody that wants to touch on it. One of the things that I'm thinking of as I'm listening is what do you see as preventing uptake across the board? We see bits of the Canadian experience as we try to get into the field of electronic certification and the eFIDO hub and the like. But I'm wondering if there's broad, more sort of horizontal observations. Again, I'm thinking maybe Dr. Deuce or anyone that you may be seeing in terms of what's really preventing further uptake. I know from our perspective, it's not a matter of not understanding the potential benefits. It's just that it's very hard to turn such a large ship around after such processes are well established. But I'm wondering, more broadly, if there's generalizations that anyone would want to draw.
Thank you, Canada. So two very important questions. What is preventing uptake? And the second one, what can the SPS committee do for you? So I think there may be a space for both of our presenters to address some of these questions. I'll give the floor first to Mr. Menon. Mr. Menon, please go ahead.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Bon, je vais essayer de répondre, car effectivement, il y a des questions qui sont larges, mais ô combien pertinentes. Par rapport à l'intervention de la personne de l'Union européenne, pardon, j'ai oublié votre nom, monsieur. Je pense que dans une région donnée, des pays qui ont adopté eFIDO pourraient essayer de convaincre les pays avec lesquels ils commercent le plus, s'ils n'ont pas adopté, pour faire un plaidoyer pour qu'ils adoptent aussi la solution eFIDO. Ça, c'est peut-être la première chose, parce que je vous ai parlé de l'étude préliminaire de mes collègues économistes qui n'est pas encore sortie, mais on peut s'apercevoir comme hypothèse que parfois un pays peut avoir développé eFIDO et est prêt à son niveau, mais ces pays voisins avec lesquels ils commercent le plus n'ont pas adopté eFIDO, et donc c'est un frein. Donc voilà, il peut y avoir de la communication régionale plus importante. L'année dernière, par exemple, j'ai constaté que nous avions, les organisations régionales de la protection des végétaux ou des programmes régionaux ont organisé des ateliers régionaux. Et l'année dernière, nous avons eu 15 pays supplémentaires qui ont rejoint le hub. Donc, je pense que c'est instrumental, comme on dit en anglais, très utile au niveau régional, plutôt que forcément avoir tout de suite une conférence internationale qui, par ailleurs, est à envisager à moyen terme, je pense. Première chose. Concernant le financement, donc, je vous ai dit qu'un modèle de financement a été adopté à titre provisoire, comptant sur les contributions volontaires. Je ne vais pas rentrer dans les détails du modèle, une redevance fixe, une redevance variable suivant l'usage. Et puis, toujours un plaidoyer auprès de la FAO pour obtenir un financement à partir du programme régulier de la FAO. Là, ce que vous pourriez faire en tant que délégation nationale, c'est intervenir auprès des des organes directeurs de la FAO lorsqu'il y a un conseil, voire une conférence, pour faire un plaidoyer pour que la FAO, puisque c'est un bien public, je pense qu'on peut considérer que la solution IFATO, les CPV, est un bien public mondial. Et donc, auprès des organes directeurs de la FAO, les permanents représentants des pays interviennent en cette faveur pour militer, pour faire un plaidoyer pour un financement de la FAO à partir de son programme régulier. Comparé aux bénéfices, bon, on a des premières études au Maroc, par exemple, l'Alliance mondiale pour la facilitation du commerce a fait une étude estimant que les gains pour les opérateurs sont de l'ordre de 40 millions de dollars par an, par exemple. C'est pour vous dire que le rapport coût-bénéfice entre ce que coûte le développement de la certification phytosanitaire électronique et les avantages, à mon avis, c'est de 1 à 100, de 1 à 1000, j'en sais rien. Mais c'est pour vous dire que le financement, le coût de l'IFATO en tant que tel, on a estimé dans ce modèle de financement qui a été approuvé récemment, on estime le coût annuel à 1 263 000 $. Les opérations de maintenance, la gestion au niveau du secrétariat, les ressources humaines, l'appui aux pays qui en ont besoin, etc. À compter de 2026, 1 263 000 $ au niveau mondial pour assurer le fonctionnement de la solution IFATO de la CPV et son développement. C'est peanuts, si j'ose dire, comparé aux bénéfices que ça peut apporter sur le commerce mondial. Donc ça, c'est la première chose. Les impediments ou les entraves, pour essayer de répondre à la question du délégué du Canada, bon, peut y avoir différentes raisons. Je pense que les délégations ici représentant les pays, pour celles qui n'auraient pas adopté IFATO, pourraient apporter des éléments. Nous, ce que nous avons pu identifier pour certains pays, notamment les pays les moins avancés, pas seulement, mais nous constatons parfois qu'il y a une adoption plus faible dans ces pays comparé à d'autres, donc nous essayons d'appuyer ces pays. Mais les impediments, ce que nous avons constaté, peuvent être de plusieurs ordres. Je vais les dire en anglais parce que je les ai listés, mais inadequate legal framework to support e-fighter adoption on transactions, inadequate infrastructure, computer, internet, inadequate technical capacity of staff to support e-fighter implementation, limited funds for e-fighter implementation. I'm talking at the national level. Low national interest on implementation of e-FITO, so this is a question of political will, level of economic operator trader group engagement, or also level of autonomy of the administrative structure of the NPPO. L'indépendance, l'autonomie administrative et financière de l'ONPV peut avoir aussi un impact sur l'adoption au nom de e-FITO. Bon, voilà, entre autres, mais ce n'est pas exhaustif. Voilà ce que je peux vous dire pour l'instant. Merci.
Merci, Monsieur Menon. Dr. Dos, s'il vous plaît.
Yeah, I'd like to answer the question of Canada, which I think it's a really good one. What are the challenges, or what is preventing more wide uptake or uptake of eCert? And in fact, in the reports, we also look at this. We look at the challenges, and we distinguish between three different types of challenges related to the design, the implementation, and the use. And so we have a look at those different types of challenges. And then we also acknowledge that for developing countries, there are some additional challenges, and we also describe them in detail in the report. But just to give you a quick overview of the challenges that we identified. So for example, in relation to design, one of the things is, well, using free text might be difficult if you're trying to, digitalization and for the harmonization. So that's one of the things that could be worked on. The legal framework in terms of implementation, coordination between border agencies, something in all countries that can prevent an uptake. But then more in developing countries, it's the cost of developing and also maintaining this technical infrastructure. And if we're looking at the use in all countries, it's important to support businesses that are using this and also training. Training is particularly important, both for developing and for maintaining, but also for using these systems. We also noted in terms of use that there is quite some resistance to change, to use new and digital solutions, also because of data concerns. So here, one of the solutions would be to really involve all the stakeholders from the beginning when you're developing or something like this. So yeah, so those are the kind of different types of challenges and some potential solutions to deal with them.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Doctor. I think this has been an excellent conversation. As a starter, I think we can already draw some very important insights from this presentation. So with this, I would like to conclude the first half of session one. And of course, I would like to thank the IPPC, WOA, and the OECD for their informative presentations. Please stay with us if you can, because we will continue with the perspectives from members and industry. And that is, of course, the second half of session one, where we will focus on insights and experiences from members and industry regarding digital tools. I will ask the speakers for this part of the session to please come to the podium, and those who are joining us online to please press the raise hand button. Let me first give the floor to Dr. Drasko Pavlovic, Market Access Counselor at the Ministry for Primary Industries in New Zealand, who will be presenting on digitalizing trade facilitation processes, objectives, tools, and obstacles. Dr. Pavlovic, thank you for joining us online despite the large time difference. We appreciate your participation at this late hour. Dr. Pavlovic, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I think we got it now sorted. I'm unmuted and can speak. Very good night from New Zealand. It's a pleasure to share experience from New Zealand. And we would like to share our experience based on a practical experience having eCert since 1999 as an internal web-based application to control production in New Zealand, and using actually outward eCert system for data exchange with countries since 2002, based on predecessor of UNCFX standard that started life in 2003 and finished sometime in 2008. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. So we will address the tools, but we still believe, given our experience in e-certification, that we are losing the focus always of what are the goals and what needs to be achieved. So it's battling with complexity of supply chain and new trends internationally, such as re-exporting and e-commerce in principle, and that are actually presenting new challenges for electronic certification. Also, the focus should be not only on SPS certificates or some of them, sanitary or phytosanitary, which means food safety or live animal certificates and so on and so forth, but also whether they in its own right succeed in facilitating trade sufficiently. So New Zealand focus was always on a wider trade documentation package that beyond sanitary, food safety, phyto, or some other certificates includes a raft of maybe 20 to 30 other documents on average, without which the trade, international trade, cross-border trade in particular, cannot be concluded successfully. And of course, our view would be to sort of raise some issues and obvious improvements, regardless of digital tools that are used, and how they can affect really improvement in a still paper-based driven border clearance processes, which are still, from New Zealand point of view, most significant non-tariff barriers in case of trade of most agricultural products, having eCert or not. Thank you very much. So it's the export is not really an eCert. It's not really about losing the paper. There are many digital tools, but digital tools are not equal. So digitalizing export certification process, it's really about reaching the goal to expedite the clearance, to allow better risk targeting, especially from a perspective of importing country, and also rationalizing manual verification. That's quite important on a side of exporting economy, having their electronic certificate sent to another country, and of course, helping problem resolutions. What plays great role in that? It's a significant quality of data structure, security of data structure, and integrity of that same data structure. And foremost, obviously, early exchange of information, preferably real time, to allow more informed and timely risk profiling and decision making, in particular at receiving importing country end. Next slide, please. So the objectives in relation to that are really to expand digitalized envelope, and that's what New Zealand would sort of like to see in future being worked more, which is beyond really SPS certificates, and to include other third-party certificates that are equally vital for release of consignment in other markets, such as halal certificates, organic composition certificates, origin-free sale registration, and some other, but these would be the main ones. Another objective from our perspective, important focus should be on simplifying export documentation process to reduce actual trade documentation of individual certificates, if you wish, we can call them, which all are relying on a single same consignment information. So it's really a data set that's multiplying certificates for no reason, apart from a few declarations here and there, depending on international standard setting body current policies. And of course, the important objective is to guarantee traceability throughout the supply chain to ensure really better veracity of that process. And that's really important for exporting country and for integrity of exporting country system. Next slide, please. So let's just short address our experience in digital tools. First about the message and messaging protocol. So I hear obviously everyone talking about IPPC standard or VOA standard or CCFACT or Codex standard, CCFIX standard. So I would really like to use the opportunity to say, well, there is only one, obviously, and all of these are really subsets of that. So it's really UNCFACT ECERT data standard called UNCFACT ECERT SPS data standard. This is the only standard, and it's important. It existed for a long time in previous life before 2003. And post-2003, with formation of UNCFACT, it exists in UNCFACT ECERT XML standard. So that's the only global electronic message solution reflecting established business processes that operate in accordance with all relevant international SPS standards and bilateral agreements made by various regulators. So they are obviously endorsed, and I can say, without a doubt, endorsed by CCFIX, endorsed by IPPC, endorsed by VOA. And the examples are obviously IPPC called eFITO ECERT standard is a subset. Oops. What's going on? I lost my screen. Oh, well, it's back. Thank you very much, Amy. So what we are talking here is that the best message is the one that is internationally recognized, and the proof of IPPC success and sanitary certification success is really, in fact, in using the same standard, so UNCFACT ECERT data standard. Another successful thing is well-established messaging protocol. So you look at all model exchanges, be it IPPC Hub, sanitary certification, and some other as well. For that XML message, they are using really industry standard, well-established SOAP data exchange protocol. That's a vital, because there are other protocols, but none of them are so far better to be considered as a replacement of SOAP because of the rigidity in setting the rules for exchange, and also ability to to establish certain security features. That's very important for a reputation of any sending, in particular exporting country, and for maintenance, obviously, of anti-fraud solutions. Next slide, please. May I have next slide? Are you there? That looks like a bit of a problem.
Sorry, doctor. I think we are having again some technical issues, which is fine because this is a thematic session on digital tools, and this is exactly what usually happens,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, yes, I was quite keen to share it, from my screen. It would work, but that's fine. So okay, yeah, we are on this one now. So the next set of your toolbox in terms of digital tools would be a really not the software itself, as people think of digital solutions, so, but the data exchange concept. So at the moment, and New Zealand experience, both are very good. The most prevailing ones would be a G2G, direct G2G data exchange using SOAP services, or data exchange hub solution. So example of that one obviously is IPPC eFITO hub, or could be any same principles could apply to any trade single window working for multiple countries, such as ASEAN, for example, trade single window hub exchange. So in our opinion, both options are very effective, and each option, whether direct G2G or a hub, has pros and cons. So there is one distinct advantage of the hub, which is set and forget solution, so that two-way exchange with multiple countries is ensured by a single sort of setup, given the hub approach and functionality. However, G2G also has advantages. It has less points of failure. Obviously, there is no post office in between. It is easier to maintain higher level of security and data integrity and data confidentiality in particular. And obviously, it's a known cost for funding the model, which is basically between two countries. So thing is probably somewhere in between, and the hub, as in principle, has obviously slight advantage, which would, in our, as I say, in our experience, probably be equaled by G2G should the international bodies would pay also a little bit more attention on setting up the data exchange protocols, which are SOAP services, so-called. And with them, if they are using same language, then of course you have almost virtually no difference between the two. Next slide, please. The next in a data set or digital tools, really, rather, sorry, not set data, would be data management. So that's where the particular software solution are important to have effective database and their data and their management. And these softwares, if chosen carefully and appropriately for particular data types, such as, for example, agricultural product records relevant to their history, to their processing, for their handling, and so on and so forth, then only with the effective software you have quality records that really are foundation for any effective digital tools implementation for export verification, import clearance processes, and export certification. And the records itself are the real foundation, quality records, to introduce any out of many currently available machine data validations or AI solutions, because they are, to be fair and frank, they are not really very usable or effective unless you have the quality data that can be improved on. Next slide, please. So what we could do better, and please forgive me, but it's still in a concept how to improve digital trade, but there are things around it that we could do better. So if we could think a little bit beyond the individual standard setting bodies certificates, where very often, for example, or other certificates where more than one would be often required. So if the international standard setting bodies and countries obviously would share some thoughts about considering within existing data standards. So we are not talking about the UNC effect T-cert SPS standard elements and everything else. We are talking really about concepts here. So could we consider a concept which is traded consignment certificate rather than having certificate for food safety, for animal health, for one animal product, for halal, for organic, and many others? Because that goes hand in hand with the concept which is long forgotten and not properly utilized at all, very, very much underutilized, which is another very good output from UNC effect and the trade single window we are talking about. It's a very underutilized solution capable of delivering very, very meaningful gains to B2B, B2G or G2G parties involved in any cross-border trade, where you can combine certificates and replace them with a consignment document that would reference all required informations required from various perspectives of international set by international standard setting bodies, while simplifying repetition of information, in particular consignment details. Next slide. Import process is also a big showstopper when it comes to digitalizing trade. So you can digitalize certification as much as you want and other documents, but the key is with that to prevent duplication of paperwork needed at receiving end that's required to be submitted to different border agencies. So it's in particular a good example countries that have multiple responsibilities across agencies for import clearance. And that goes hand in hand in effective use of electronic data coming from exporting countries. So that would also mean improved coordination and sharing of data and inspection processes coordination between these multiple agencies dealing with the import clearance of the same consignment. And implementation, obviously, of risk profiling that would reward consistent compliance, be it on the basis of the industry user, exporter, and of course, the counterpart exporting country authorities and quality of their certification. So that would significantly actually bring the true benefits of paperless or electronic information to fruition and improve faster movement of product across borders. Next one, please. I wish to thank you very much. I was trying to fit in my 10 minutes time. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Pavlovich. Let us now proceed with Mr. Thambelani Theo Pongolo, Scientist Manager at the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development in South Africa. Mr. Pongolo, joining us online, will be presenting on how South Africa deployed digital tools during the COVID-19 pandemic to facilitate trade. Mr. Pongolo, the floor is yours. Mr. Pongolo.
Good morning.
Oh, yes, we can hear you now. Please go ahead.
To those who are in Switzerland, Geneva, good afternoon and good evening to those who are joining us virtually. My apologies. I see that my camera doesn't want to switch on. Today, my talk is about how South Africa deployed digital tools during a hard time of a COVID-19 pandemic to make sure that we don't disrupt trade, but then we rather facilitate it. So our system as the main is ESET system. My presentation layout as it reflects on the screen, I'll take you through that. Next slide, please. We will start with the systems that we have in South Africa as the country. We have 3 systems that we are running under the digital tools. Being number 1, the ePhyto, that is, I think, discussed by IPPC already. In South Africa, we have a good uptake in terms of the ePhyto, but that doesn't necessarily mean it was easy. And the ePhyto itself, we have what we call a traceability system at the back of it as a back office that we call the Fight Clean. So that system is the registration system from the orchard all the way pack house and up to the certification part, where the eFITO then will take over as the export certification system. The second one is the ECOS, is the Export Certificate Office System. This system is utilized or is used for veterinary export certification. This system, however, is not exchanging with other countries. It is a system that is done digitally in terms of the application, certification within the department of the government. However, then the client will download the certificate and send it through to the trading partner, or whether by email or whatever other course of sending. However, it's not on a full exchange like the eFITO system. The last one that we use is Wine Online. Wine Online is also export certification system for wine and wine products. This one is also is got a traceability from the vineyards, bottle plants up to the export certification system. This one system also doesn't exchange with other countries. However, clients apply online and it's approved online, and the client can download also and also send a certificate through to the trading partner. These systems, we were on the plan of developing them, but due to COVID-19, we had to think on our feet and try and implement them as soon as we could. In this case, the eFITO, we were even thinking of only going with fruit, which is a citrus, but due to COVID, we didn't expect, we had to immediately move and cover all the fruit products that we could be exported. ECOS was also the same system that was trialed manually, but because of COVID-19, we couldn't wait. We had to push it electronically. All three of them, at that stage, especially in 2019, so we managed to get them up and running, and obviously the industry accepted the change, so we could manage to move as swiftly as we could. Next slide, please. So the journey of the systems, all three of them, that's where we are at this stage. We started with, especially with the eFITO in 2019, ECOS, and also the Wine Online, but eFITO was exchanging from 2019. So at this stage, that's the only one that exchanged directly with the IPPC Hub and Traces. The other two, we still working on them to bring them fully on board on the e-certification system. We can exchange with other countries, like the previous speakers, that especially on the sanitary side, we don't have a model like your IPPC Hub where we can exchange the certificates at this stage. This year, 2024, we are currently developing the e-permit and import system. We are on the final stages of development, with hoping by end of this year, the e-permit and the import declaration system will be up and running. The e-permit and import declaration system, we are also working with the other industries and also with the departments like your SARS, your customs, in terms of the single window. So the import will also go through the single window. We'll have SARS ourselves and other departments that work on the port of entries under the single window to also receive and exchange import documentation in that platform to make it easy for our importers and clients to access, like the previous speaker, to make it easy that it's one in one system, one entry system, instead of the client going around in different departments for the same consignment or commodity. So in 2024, we envisage a fully integrated SPS import-export system that can exchange or that can receive SPS certificates electronically from different countries or different platforms as we move forward. Next slide, please. So the main objective of the e-certification itself as a system in South Africa is to integrate with any other electronic system or other than IPPC hub and traces, either by bilateral with other trading partners. The second one being the resource management, human asset and IT assets. So in this one, mainly we're looking at, I think also the previous speaker mentioned that the risk management, it always took a lot of resources from us. So instead of us now assuming what will be required, at least based on the data that we can get from the system, we'll be able to know how to deploy our resources, being the human resources or IT resources, based on the data analysis that we have on this system. We're also trying to improve the process and to make it efficient between us and the clients in terms of the application, the processing of the documentation, and the predictability of how long it will take for the clients to receive the documentation from our offices. The very big one being the traceability that I mentioned on the 3 systems that we're already running. This part is catered especially from the concept of farm to fork, where we can register being the orchards, where it's plant site, or being the abattoir, or being the livestock identification and a traceability system. So up to the export certification. So on our last one being we are hoping to go paperless very soon, once all our systems are integrated and fully functional. Next slide, please. So the benefits of this system, I try to split them into 2, meaning one being the government or the authority in our country. So number 1 being the real time data. When we have to do analysis of the data, it's easy for us to go on the system at any given time and draw the data and take decision based on the real-time data. And number 2, the human error, we're trying to minimize, if possible, eliminate the human error. Especially we had a lot of interception documents. So with this system, we are eliminating the interception, especially on the documentation. And with the benefit on traceability that I mentioned, and we are very much mitigating the fraudulent activities. We have seen how we secured every certificate that is being sent to the trading partner as being the legitimate certificate. No one could tamper with that certificate. And also we manage standards and operations like the 3 sectors that I already mentioned, the wine, plant products, and animal products. So this system is assisting us in that case. During COVID-19 pandemic, we all know we had lockdowns. We couldn't get to work in the offices, but we needed to make sure that the trade is not disrupted. So remote working was the best option, and it was working for us. Even now, whenever we need to, we can do that. And it easily can be done at any given time, anywhere, if the officials have got opportunity in terms of having the devices and the internet. So also the secured and trustworthy exchange of the platforms that we are using currently. Next slide, please. From the private sector, this is the feedback that we are getting. I want to mention also the cost that I mentioned here. It's not the cost-benefit analysis that OSAD were talking about. Ours is only at this stage on operational, in terms of the clients dropping the documents in our offices and picking them up, and the time it takes in terms of turnaround times. And the second one is the transparency and the predictability. The clients will always complain, you say they're not sure as to what it takes and for us to do the documentation. But now, since the system is open to them, they can check their application, they can see the process where the application is. And the faster border clearance has always been the case that the clients always complain about undue delays at the border in terms of clearing the documents. But with this system now, they can see how quickly things can be done, especially under the single window that we are busy with. The online inspections are also easy to do, and the clients, as I said, they can track their applications easily on the system and see where the progress is. And the use of e-certification easily and secured on transmission. So like we said, on those three systems, the traceability is made easy, especially for us in the industry. We can, especially with the systems approach, we can use this system as the system that can reflect where we are going and then how we are getting everything correct, or even not even correct then for that matter, but at least we can trace it, everything on the system. Next slide, please. The challenges of implementation is it was during that hard time and the lockdown, and COVID-19 prevented us from training everyone at once. We had to do a limited training and to get those that can start working on the system as soon as possible. So we also had challenges, some countries not accepting the e-certification, so we had to stamp, even though the system was working, and we had to process everything on our system, but to still stamp the applications. Then the system was a bit unstabilized during that time because of the uptake. And then we had to jump very quickly to train our IT specialists to understand the SPS environment. When we request any changes, at least they got the understanding where we're coming from. And then we had the issues of internet connectivity, but it was minor issues, but most of the clients could manage to get everything going. So to adaptation of virtual interaction, people were always like, no, want to come to your office so that we can discuss the issues that we have. But that was kind of like the challenge for us. Next slide, please. However, the lessons that we've learned, which is I listed them into 5. Number 1 being the public-private partnership. Without government, without the private sector, we can develop all the policies, the regulations. If the private sector is not part of that, we always not easily to implement, and we always then take time to implement. But however, if the private sector is part and there's a partnership, and you can find it easily to implement any regulation and policies, any change. And we learned that stakeholder engagement was very critical for us at the time, even though we had to do virtually, but to get everyone on board and buy into the system that we're developing, that's got a benefit for everyone. Then internally and externally, we had to work on change management. As I said, people were reluctant. Some of them, they were scared that what if the data get lost, if the certificate, or they're scared to change. They are so used to using the old system, but now why are we changing? Let's rather stick to what we know and then maybe change later when the time is right. Then adaptive planning, we had to plan, change, take decision and implement immediately without delays because the time was against us. We don't want the system to fail at all, as everyone was now notified that we are using the system at this stage. The infrastructure was a critical one as well. Next slide, please. This one is just the ecosystem of the e-certification. On the left-hand side, you would see is the import system. On the right-hand side is the export system. That's how we're looking at it at this stage. And we're enhancing as we are working on it. The 2 dots in the middle is the cross-cutting models that the e-labs will cater for both import and for export. And the e-billing, which is all the invoicing and payments will be for both sides, the import and export, on the SPS standard and export certification and import control system. Next slide, please. Our future, and hopefully we are working very much on this to be a reality for us in South Africa. Every SPS certification or import control system, we want it to be on this system, not to have many systems, rather to have one system as a country. And also we want to move to a single window integration. Now we're already on the import. We want to also make sure that we also integrate on the export side as the government entities in South Africa working together. We want to integrate with SADC or interface, like the previous speakers were discussing, that regionally it would be much better that we advocate the positive benefits of having the e-certification and e-FITO as the tool for trade And the last one being the big one for us in Africa to have a SPS electronic certification under the African Trade Free Area that all we exchange from our region and from our continent already, like the Europe and they do in terms of the traces system that they have in place. I think that will be my last slide. Thank you very much for listening and for opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Pongolo. Let us continue now with the next speaker, Mr. Federico Arias, advisor on SPS and TBT at the Ministry of Foreign Trade in Costa Rica, who will be presenting on the electronic exchange of sanitary and phytosanitary certificates via the PDCC trade platform. Mr. Arias, joining us on the podium, you may now take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will speak in Spanish. Un gusto a todos estar hoy con ustedes y brindarles un poco de información de la experiencia que he tenido en Centroamérica en avanzar hacia el intercambio electrónico de los certificados sanitarios y fitosanitarios. Siguiente slide, por favor. Quiero brindarles un pequeño panorama de lo que es Centroamérica. Somos 6 países, más de 50 millones de habitantes. Comercio intrarregional es principalmente utilizando fronteras terrestres. Existen 17 de esas fronteras terrestres. Más de 4,000 empresas exportadoras y 9,000 empresas importadoras. Un comercio intrarregional de más de 5,000 millones de dólares en productos sujetos a medidas sanitarias y fitosanitarias, principalmente de la industria agroalimentaria. Siguiente, por favor. Un poco más del contexto de cómo llegamos a este intercambio electrónico. Si bien no existían computadoras en 1961, pero empezamos a hablar de armonización con el Tratado General de Integración Centroamericana, donde buscaba unificar economías e impulsar el desarrollo de la región, impulsar el comercio. 30 años después, en 1993, se firma un protocolo donde se incluye el mandato de armonizar las medidas sanitarias y fitosanitarias. En el 99 acordamos el reglamento MSF en Centroamérica, donde continuamos impulsando la armonización. En el 2013 se incorpora Panamá al sistema. En el 2014 acordamos un formato armonizado para los certificados sanitarios y fitosanitarios. En el 2015 se establece la estrategia de facilitación del comercio, la cual incluye entre sus acciones el desarrollar una plataforma digital de comercio, lo que incluye un módulo para el intercambio electrónico. En el 2020 se inicia con el desarrollo de esta plataforma y en febrero del 2024 ya iniciamos hace poco con el intercambio electrónico de los certificados. Parece algo sencillo, pues ya algunos han hablado de los problemas acá, pero ha llevado años, recursos económicos, humanos, cambios de paradigma en los técnicos respecto a cómo hacer las cosas de una forma diferente y eficiente, entender qué información es necesaria solicitar, adoptar nuevas tecnologías, financiamiento externo y otros aspectos relevantes. Siguiente, por favor. ¿Qué es la PDCC? Pues es la Plataforma Digital de Comercio Centroamericana. Es un eje transversal de la estrategia de facilitación del comercio que les mencioné. Su objetivo es facilitar las operaciones de comercio y la tramitología en la región. Es un poco básicamente lo que hablaba el colega de Nueva Zelanda, de lo que se requiere ir un poco más allá de los certificados. Hay varias instituciones vinculadas en esta plataforma, una interoperabilidad de procesos como las relacionadas con la migración, con aduanas, ventanillas únicas de comercio y autoridades competentes en MSF. Actualmente se encuentran operativas 24 de estas funcionalidades que se complementan con las medidas de la estrategia de facilitación. Estas funcionalidades tienen que ver con registro de conductores, proceso de consulta de migración, registro de operadores económicos, registro de certificados de exportación, permisos de importación, registros auxiliares en la función pública y transmisión electrónica de certificados fitosanitarios. Acá tal vez quiero rescatar que el desarrollo de la PDSC ha sido financiado por la cooperación de la Unión Europea, lo cual agradecemos. Siguiente slide, por favor. La estrategia Centroamérica de facilitación del comercio y competitividad, pues cómo se complementa esto con la PDSC y a la vez con intercambio electrónico de certificados. Pues la estrategia se compone de 5 pilares, los cuales tienen el objetivo de reducir los costos, los tiempos del comercio transfronterizo, puertos, aeropuertos, agilizar la movilidad de personas, de los conductores. Como les explicaba, el comercio es básicamente terrestre, implementando controles coordinados, efectivos para mejorar la eficiencia logística regional y la competitividad. Uno de esos pilares es el de transmisión electrónica de los certificados. Siguiente, por favor. Entonces, en la medida 3 de la estrategia de facilitación, pues tenemos el proceso del certificado. Este se realiza primero en los sistemas nacionales del país que lo emite. Posteriormente es transmitido a la PDSC una vez que es aprobado. La transmisión al país de destino, pues una vez transmitido el certificado de la PDSC, este se transmite al país de destino para su proceso. La información en forma electrónica del certificado puede ser visualizada dentro de la PDSC, dando la oportunidad a todos los actores involucrados que puedan realizar los trámites necesarios. Al recibir la información en el país de destino, usted puede presentar la información a sus autoridades competentes por medio de sistemas nacionales. Al contar con información previa al proceso, se pueden realizar las actividades de revisión y validación de los productos que se recibirán. Y la información que se consulta puede ser utilizada en los puestos fronterizos. Siguiente, por favor. Acá, con esta filmina, solo quiero darles una presentación gráfica de cómo se inicia el proceso de emisión y transmisión de los certificados, iniciando con el exportador, pasando por la autoridad competente, hasta finalizar con el funcionario en frontera de la autoridad competente receptora. Siguiente, por favor. Como lo vimos anteriormente, pues se inició con el desarrollo de la plataforma electrónica en el 2020, negociando entre autoridades, no solo con los técnicos sanitarios o fitosanitarios, sino también con los técnicos que ven el área de informática, haciendo pruebas y demás para tener el intercambio listo este año. De esta forma, a finales del año pasado se emitió una resolución a nivel centroamericano que obliga a los países a iniciar con intercambio electrónico a partir del 30 de enero, excepto de Panamá, que se le dio un plazo de un mes adicional, pero básicamente ya en estos momentos estamos al 100% de intercambio electrónico. Durante los 2 primeros meses se transmitieron cerca de 37,000 certificados. El formato de estos certificados está basado en las recomendaciones de la CIPF y la OMSA. Se emitió una guía una guía que incluye insumos tecnológicos sobre la información contenida en los certificados. Para el caso de Costa Rica, esta plataforma convive junto a otras como la utilizada para el IFITO, el TRACES con la Unión Europea, entre otras necesarias para agilizar el comercio, y todo esto lo hacemos dentro de nuestra ventanilla única de comercio exterior. Siguiente, por favor. Pues bueno, ya en los otros oradores han hablado de los beneficios del intercambio electrónico. Acá un poco, pues los beneficios de la plataforma, de la PDCC, pues simplificación de procesos, interoperabilidad entre los sistemas informáticos de la región, bases de datos homologadas a nivel regional, implementación de herramientas para la toma de decisiones, contribuye a la transformación digital de los operadores, trazabilidad y alertas en tiempo real. Beneficios del intercambio electrónico: mayor eficiencia en la emisión, reducción de costos, tanto para operadores como autoridades competentes, transparencia, trazabilidad, seguridad para el operador, y una mejor gestión del riesgo sanitario y fitosanitario. Finalmente, termino acá y agradezco por la atención. Dejo acá mi contacto y también el sitio en internet de la Secretaría de Integración Económica Centroamericana, que es el ente regional que administra esta plataforma de comercio electrónico. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arias. As it is usually the case, we are a little bit behind schedule, and therefore the Q&A session, I will need to cut it a little bit short. I will open the floor for a couple of questions, but I will kindly request that those questions are really specific about these three presentations. We will have a final Q&A session after the next three presentations where we can have a little bit more of a comment on the overall insights we might get. So the floor is open. It doesn't seem to be the case. Once again, thank you to all the three presenters. We will continue, and of course, you can also expect any comments or questions at the end of these three presentations too. We will now continue with the sharing of insights and experiences from members and industry representatives. I will now give the floor to Dr. Helen Klein, TRACES team leader at the European Commission. Dr. Klein, joining us online, will be presenting on electronic SPS certification in TRACES. Dr. Klein, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for the invitation, and I'm so glad to share with you what the EU is doing in the area of electronic certifications, especially thanks to our TRACES platform. Let me share the outline of this presentation. So I will start by saying some words about what is TRACES, what is an electronic signature, and how we implement the electronic certification in TRACES and in exchange with TRACES, and the key challenges that are still ahead of us. So TRACES is a platform that is maintained and managed by DG Santé, by the European Commission since 2004. It is used for two areas. So the certification first, SPS, for EU imports and exports, and for the EU intra-EU trade. And the second point is for border clearance formalities, what we call the entry document, the common health entry document, and this is used for live animals, their products, food and feed of non-animal origin, subject to food safety measures, and plants. The objective is, of course, to facilitate trades, to facilitate the information exchange, traceability, and risk management. Traces is a web-based platform, centralized platform, where both public and private sector are working. Traces is able to interconnect with other systems, and it's legally sound. It means that we help user to get the correct certificate, a model certificate in the system, both for sanitary and phytosanitary sectors. And Traces has a statistical tool called ClickSense, which help extract data in Traces. Traces is used by more than 100,000 users worldwide. Next slide, please. So what is important to understand is that in the EU, we cannot accept data that we receive from other systems unless these data are signed or electronically signed. So we based our electronic signature on the law. So we have this, what we call the EIDAS regulation, which define what is an electronic signature, and which in particular provide that handwritten signature can only be replaced if there is a seal or a signature that is applied on the document or on the XML as a correct level, what we call a qualified level. And we have, in addition to the EIDAS regulation, translated this regulation into what we call the IMSOC regulation, which define exactly what is an electronic certificate and how the use of the electronic signature can be implemented in Traces or in exchange with Traces. Next slide, please. So we have two cases. The cases where the certification is done inside Traces. So there is a direct use of Traces to complete certificate and to electronically sign the PDF in Traces. This is something that is free of charge for non-EU and EU users. And the requirement that is in the EU legislation is that we have to have an electronic signature by the authorized officer, which is a simple login in Traces, and an advanced or qualified electronic seal by the issuing authority. And this is something that we offer to the users thanks to our qualified trust provider. Which documents are concerned? So which document can be produced in Traces? We have the official certificate for importing live animals, animal product, food and feed of non-origin. And this is the certificate that are used by non-EU country to send those goods to the EU, but also to Switzerland, to Norway, and to Northern Ireland, for example. We have also phytosanitary certificate for importing plants and plant products into the EU, into Switzerland and Northern Ireland. Official certificate for intra-EU trade in live animals and certain animal products. We have also our export certificate to non-EU country based on certain model certificates. So we don't accommodate bilateral certificate between one member state and another importing country. And this is key because we have here to wait for acceptance of this paperless certificate when the certificate are e-signed. We have the same for phytosanitary certificate that we produce for exporting plants from the EU. And the last kind of document, which is not a certificate, but is a document that is the common health safety document that are used by our border control post to record the official control on the consignment entering the union. These are also documents that can be electronically signed. So for the next slide, you will see some figures on what we are doing in traces. So for the first category of certificate of live animal product, food and feed of animal origin to the EU, we in last year, 60 third country have issued 170,000 certificate, and of which only so far 40% are e-sign, which come from 60 third countries. So you have the list of those third countries into brackets. This year, so in 2024, we are happy to have a new country like Ecuador and Korea, South Korea, and we will soon have Philippines and Vietnam because the enrollment for the electronic signature is completed. And we are working with some other countries like Uganda, Papua New Guinea, Kenya, Mauritania, etc., to get them on board as well, so that we can increase the percentage of electronically signed certificate issue in traces. And then the same for plants. Here we have less countries using traces. We have the 5 French overseas territories like Guadeloupe, Martinique, Mayotte, Guyane, and the last one I forget. And then Tunisia and UKGB are using traces to issue the certificate to the EU, and this is in 100% cases e-sign certificates. We have also certification that is done by the member states when they use traces directly. So we use, as I said before, only model certificate that are agreed with importing country, and we have agreed a lot of model certificates with 14 third countries. And in last year, so the member states have issued 70,000 certificate, and so far we have not agreed unless with except with UKGB an alternative solution, which is the e-sign PDF, but we have not agreed with other country yet on the replacement of our EU export certificate that could be e-signed. This is a work ongoing. Then we have the certificate of plants from the EU. So we have 9 member states using traces to produce a certificate to non-EU countries. And when the importing country is connected to the hub, then traces send them to the hub. We have agreed, and the Commission is coordinating this exercise. So we have agreed with some countries to replace the paper for certificate that are signed in traces. So you have Argentina, Chile, Costa Rica, etc. And we have still another solution for those not yet able to receive our data. We have agreed to accept this e-sign PDF, so from UKGB, Norway, and New Zealand. So this is of course pending they are able to retrieve automatically from the hub. And then we have also 43% of certificate for intra-trade of live animals and certain animal products, which are electronically signed in traces. And we have the border clearance documents, so the sheds, where the member states have produced 2.7 million sheds last year, and 67% are electronically signed. So these are the documents that are produced inside traces. In the next slide, I will explain the second option, which is the certification in exchange with traces. So it means that we have a system that are interconnected with traces. It could be EU system, but it could also non-EU system. It could be directly interconnected with traces or via the hub. So in this case, we don't offer financial support for the electronic signature, except for the gens. This was said earlier in the morning. And we offer technical support to implement the electronic signature via the Traces IT team to importing countries, where necessary, of course. We have also EU requirement for this exchange with traces. So here we request the advanced or qualified electronic seal from the issuing authority, or if it does not exist, if this kind of seal does not exist, then we accept the advanced or qualified electronic signature of the legal representative. We have not the case yet for the latter. So which document can be exchanged with traces? So it's quite the same as before. We have official certificate for importing live animal product and food and feed of non-animal origin into the EU and Switzerland, Norway, and Northern Ireland. We have also the possibility to exchange for official certificate for exporting live animals, animal product and food and feed of non-animal from the EU. This is in a testing phase because it implies, of course, that first the country, importing country, interconnect with traces so that they can receive e-sign data from traces. We have also the option of phytosanitary certificate for exporting plants to the EU, Switzerland and Northern Ireland, and a phytosanitary certificate for exporting plant and plant product from the EU. And this concern the national system of some member states as long as the data are sent through traces to the hub. In the next slide, I will present some data on the exchange with traces. So the first point is the certification of live animals. So here we are talking about bilateral connection with traces, and these concern so far Australia and New Zealand. And we have some work in progress from Argentina, from Brazil, from UKGB, and we have also Chile who has expressed interest. We have the certification of live animal product and food and feed of animal from the EU. It's also in bilateral connection. So the country with whom we are working so far is UKGB, and we have recently received an interest from South Korea to work on receiving EU sanitary data. We have the certification of plant and plant product to the EU, and this is the famous hub. So this is a multilateral connection. So Traces is connected to the hub since May 2020, and it's a success, I would say, for us. So last year we received from 34 third countries more than 500,000 certificates. So it's sometimes up to 2,000 certificate per day. So it's just amazing. And 26 countries are signing so far those data that they send through the hub to Traces. We have some work in progress from Ukraine and from CEFTA country and from UKGB. So we expect this, at least Ukraine is ready. We gave the green light to go in production. CEFTA should be close as well, and UKGB as well. As regards the certification of plant and plant product from the EU, to this concern member states of the EU that are using their national system and that are have to send first the data to Traces and Traces send them to the hub. So we have so far Spain, Netherlands, Germany, and Ireland, which are in production. So and they have to see with the importing country for the acceptance of this electronic signature, and we have an agreement with e-sign PDF accepted by UKGB as well. And we have also other documents, as I said before. So we have also the Common Health Entry document that are produced by Spain and the Netherlands from their national system, and that are exchanged with traces. And these represent 21% of the total that I mentioned before, 2.7 million document. And the last slide is the slides on the challenges. And this is the most important slide, I would say, for this audience or for this meeting. Achieving paperless mode is really a challenge still for us. For me, it's still a bilateral exercise. We impose our rules for our imports, and we have also rules for our exports, but we are waiting for acceptance of our electronically signed certificate from each importing non-EU country, and especially for the phytosanitary side. So the acceptance is of paperless certification is still a challenge. So we have different cases. For example, we have cases where the electronic signature is not required. So just a simple exchange of data via the hub, for example, is accepted by importing country. So there is no need of electronic signature. We have country with legal constraints. So we have country that refuse to receive data that are electronically signed, or at least this electronic signature is not in the law yet for them, and they still need the paper. And or its electronic certificate is simply not accepted. So this is also, for example, we have also country that use traces directly, but refuse to get equipped by the electronic signature, probably because of a legal constraint. And we have, the last point is the technical constraint. So equipping country with electronic signature for those using traces could be a challenge. You have seen in a previous slide the list of countries that are not yet equipped. We are doing a lot of effort. So we are working with our trust service provider, which is there to equip the country with an electronic seal, but it entails a lot of paperwork and the verification of the identity of the legal representative, and this could be really an issue for some country. Equipping country with electronic signature also for the gens. I think that the IPPC or the UNACC face the same problem as we have to equip the country with the electronic seal. And then we have the country technical ability to e-sign
Excuse me, Doctor.
SPS XML data.
Apologies for interrupting you, but if you could move on into the end of your presentation, we are really running short of time. Thank you.
It's my last slide. It's my last slide. So we have some country have the technical difficulty to e-sign XML data. That's why we have still paper with them. And then we have also the technical ability to interconnect with traces and read our e-sign data. And the last point is the formalization. So we need to formalize the replacement of the paper. Could be for EU imports, could be for EU export, but this is important that we formalize officially this replacement of paper, and this could be an issue, especially we face it for our export. And I would conclude by saying that there is still a fear from some country or from some operators to replace the paper. So even if the certificate are electronically signed, there is still a problem to really get rid of the paper. So we, in certain cases, receive both electronically signed certificate and paper certificate. Thank you, and sorry for being so long. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Let me now give the floor to Ms. Maria Buskoven, Director of Electronic Certification at the Norwegian Food Safety Authority, joining us on the podium. Will be presenting on the electronic exchange of health certificates. Ms. Buskoven, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me to share our experiences with digitalization in the SPS domain. We're thrilled about workshops like this, where member countries can exchange experiences, build expertise, and embrace digitalization as a trade facilitation measure. Workshops such as these allow us to share knowledge and learn from one another. Transparent and open processes are key to our success as they enable us to collectively improve and refine our approaches. This collaborative spirit helps us navigate the complexities of digitalization and ensures that we are all moving forward together. Next photo, please. My name is Maria Buskoven, and I'm from the Norwegian Food Safety Authority, where I lead a team dedicated to digitalization in export and electronic certificate exchange. Like many other countries, Norway has significant focus on digitalization. Since it is a high priority in Norway, we have organized our work into several dedicated teams, each focusing on different aspects of the digitalization process. Our team, Team Export, concentrates on export and trade facilitation. The team is comprised of experts who have all competences, authority, and resources necessary to manage everything from the initiating dialogues with the other countries to implementing electronic certificate exchange solutions. This structure enables us to be agile and efficient in our work. Our approach is twofold. Domestically, we are developing a flexible electronic exchange system while simultaneously negotiating with other countries for electronic certificate exchanges. To maximize efficiency, we began dialogues with other countries in parallel with the development of our national system. This means we did not need to complete our national system before starting to exchange certificates with other countries. We started simply, beginning with our largest export commodity, fish, of course, approximately 100,000 certificates. We selected the most widely used standardized certificates. With only a few certificates integrated into the new system, we initiated paperless exchanges with other countries while continuously enhancing our national system. This step-by-step approach has proven very efficient for us, as it allows us to continuously adjust our work to meet the needs of our stakeholders and users, making progress without delay. Next photo, please. When we started this journey, we took a broad approach to dialogue with other countries, leveraging insights from the OECD report on digital opportunities in SPS systems. We engaged proactively with the countries highlighted in the report. We are particularly grateful to the Netherlands, Australia, New Zealand, and Chile for generously sharing their expertise and experiences with us. These interactions were invaluable, helping us understand how to proceed with electronic exchanges, whether or not bilateral agreements were immediately feasible. Additionally, we are participating in multilateral forums discussing digitalization in the SPS context, such as this one. Presentations that we have already heard from OECD, IPPC, and WA, New Zealand, South Africa, Costa Rica, and the EU shows how important these meetings are to stay informed and contribute to the global dialogue on digitalization. I'm looking forward for the presentations to come. Next photo, please. Digital certifications offer substantial benefits by streamlining trade processes, reducing paperwork, and enhancing efficiency. The OECD confirms that countries with a robust digital infrastructure experience increased trade volumes through electronic certificates. Moreover, going paperless supports environmental sustainability by reducing the need for physical documents. It also combats fraud and corruption, as digital certificates are more secure and harder to tamper with than the paper-based ones. These benefits are crucial for improving the speed and reliability of cross-border trade, ultimately facilitating smoother and more efficient international transactions. The positive impact on trade volumes and environmental sustainability underscores the importance of adapting digital certification systems. The next. However, challenges exist, including varying capacities among countries in adapting digital solutions. Infrastructure limitations and financial barriers can hinder the implementation of digital systems. These concerns are valid and need to be addressed through targeted support and collaboration. By sharing knowledge, we can help each other to overcome these barriers. In our work, we focus on step-by-step development, both in terms of the creation of our new national system and the paperless exchange of trade documents between countries. We strongly believe that paperless exchange of certificates should be preferred over hard copies whenever possible. Our first paperless exchange of data in the form of eCert was established with South Korea in May 2023. We experienced our cooperation as very smooth, dynamic, and efficient, and learned a lot from it. This year, we introduced another paperless solution, electronically signed, secured, and verifiable PDFs. Developed through our close dialogue with the UK, where both countries recognize the importance of transitioning to paperless systems. This collaboration inspired us to create the interim PDF solution for electronic certificates. Successfully implemented at the beginning of the year, this solution offers electronically signed, secured, and verifiable PDFs as a practical interim step towards comprehensive digital data exchange, such as eCerts. We are now presenting this solution to several other countries, aiming for digitalization and paperless trade. Since this solution does not require technical adjustments from the receiving countries and allows them to become paperless, it is being appreciated. It is a significant step forward from traditional paper-based methods. We believe it is crucial to transition to paperless operations to avoid duplicating processes, which complicate rather than simplify trade and impose unnecessary administrative burdens. All in all, we now have two electronic exchange solutions, eCert with South Korea and e-signed PDFs with Great Britain. Both solutions are fully paperless, ensuring certificates are digitally distributed to all competent authorities without accompanying hard copies during transport. We are now in the process of becoming paperless with several other countries, either in the form of eCert or in the form of PDFs. And looking forward, looking ahead, Norway aims to explore digitalization opportunities beyond certificates, contributing to broader trade facilitation dialogues between countries. We are encouraged by the consensus among countries that digital certificates streamline trade process, enhance efficiency, and foster international cooperation. Our key principles include starting small, start paperless exchange in parallel with developing your national system, pursuing international and national efforts concurrently, fostering positive relationships for mutual learning, and prioritizing digital exchanges over paper or wherever feasible. We believe that digitalization should be embraced wherever possible. It offers numerous benefits, including improved security, efficiency, and environmental sustainability. As we move forward, we must continue to collaborate, share experiences, and support each other in this journey towards a fully digital future. Thank you once again for the opportunity to share our insights.
Thank you very much, Ms. Boscoven. Now I would like to introduce our final presenter before the lunch break, Mr. Craig Fetchuk, Innovation Emissary at the International Grain Trade International Grain Trade Coalition. He will be sharing experiences in promoting the uptake and adoption of eFITO. Mr. Fetchuk, joining us on the podium, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. In the interest of time, I'm going to try and go as quickly as possible because I know everybody's hungry and, you know, we're all saying the same thing. Digitalization works well. But I'm going to go back to the beginning. If we can go to the first slide. Way back when, there were a couple of ideas floating around. New Zealand was working on things. the Netherlands, the US, and they were talking about two different approaches, the what they call a transmission control protocol, or TCP, or the point-to-point, which was referred to as well in the New Zealand presentation. And one of the things that was critical for the IPPC, because I worked there way back when, and we're talking 10 years ago, okay, we're talking 10 years ago. That's a long time in terms of digitalization. So everything's really slow. And I blame the governments here, and I blame the industry that I'm working for now for not working together. And that's another thing I'd like to emphasize in my presentation, is that there's got to be more collaboration and more trust between both sides. And that's really a failing of both sides. They need to trust and come together and work on this. But anyway, in the context of how to transmit these certificates, it was considered that the TCP, which would be a single point, was more cost effective because it's quite costly to maintain the connections of a point to point. You have to have a point to point with the US and the Netherlands. You have to have another transmission protocol with the US and New Zealand and Mexico and Argentina, et cetera, et cetera. So it gets to be pretty expensive. At the same time, about 10 years ago in Geneva, the IGTC came to me and said, what about industry working together? And I thought, that's a great idea. So the industry advisory group came together in 2014 with some industry groupings, not individual companies, but the Grain Trade Coalition, the Seed Federation, and others, to work together with the IPPC as we're moving forward in terms of digitalization and phytosanitary certificates. It's not where it should be yet, but at least industry and government are in the same room from time to time to talk about how things could be improved. And then the third point, and you can go ahead and skip to the third slide. The third point is that we got money from the STDF to build this, and we built it, and we built it successfully. It works, and it was under budget. That's pretty amazing. We actually gave money back to the STDF from the IPPC. We've seen this slide before. You can see there's a trend line. If you wanted to put a trend line in, there are a couple of anomalies that have been addressed by Dominique, but the trend line is going forward. So you can go to the next slide, please. So we're talking about the today, what's happening today. There are 90 countries that are in green on the map that you've seen before, that was shown before, but it's not clear how many of them are actively exchanging. And there are some countries in this room and one sitting right in front of me who are just starting to exchange, and some countries that are saying they can receive, but maybe they're not doing anything with it. That's another country in this room. So there's a slowness in terms of the uptake of some of these countries. And one of the reasons for that is because it's cool to have a system that's got all the bells and whistles that, you know, not only can print the certificate, but it can put it in pretty colors and it can work for all kinds of things. So there are these gigantic systems, and I have no problem with that. I think it's great. Gigantic systems that can do everything, but it delays the uptake of facilitating trade rapidly. And in my perspective, I think what it really hinders the ability to move food safely and quickly, especially plants and plant products, because that's really a critical factor for food security for a lot of countries that don't have enough food. So there is a significant delay in the uptake there. So another thing that I wanted to point out on this particular page is that the sustainable funding really needs to happen. But from my perspective, it'd be great if FAO could take over and pay for ePhyto. It would be wonderful, but it would be even better if government and industry could work together to have an ESPS system. I don't know where it would be, but it would be really useful to have something to that effect. And then a fourth point on this page is the fact that, you know, developing countries do need some help to implement this. But I want to point out that Madagascar has a national system and they're exchanging actively right now. Just saying. Morocco has a national system They're the second largest user of the eFIDO solution, the last time I checked on the statistics from UNICC. And Uzbekistan developed their own national system and just started using eFIDO without any assistance from anybody. So it's not like it's an overwhelmingly challenging thing for countries to come on board, but it works well. So let's go into some statistics if we can switch to the next slide. The Global Alliance for Trade Facilitation, which is housed across the lake in the World Economic Forum, worked with Morocco. And some of the key points here is that it simplified the export documentation compliance process. It reduced the average total cost of trade. Time-sensitive products, and this goes back to the food security issue, they have the most to gain. It goes quickly. Things go fast. It's digitalization. It's just like transmitting your banking details so that somebody gets paid digitally through your internet system. But most importantly in this study, and it's available online at the Global Alliance website, they noted that in 2020 and 2021, exporters saved up to 37 million and 43 million each of those years because of eFIDO. Next page, please. FAO is also doing some research to look at what's going on. They have, on this page, you'll see that some people are saving some money, but there are some costs, setting up the costs for administering the eFIDO, et cetera. Also operational costs. You have to maintain your computers and maintain your connections, et cetera. But you save money even in printing paper. The United States, for example, is saving roughly about $200,000 a year because they don't have to spend money on printing special security paper. So that's a cost savings right there. Transport costs, going to file an application. You don't have to go to an office in some countries. You can do it online. Uganda is an example of this. You can apply for your phytosanitary certificate online rather than having to drive to an office and fill out the paperwork. And FAO has also done some research that shows that, and it's preliminary, it's not final yet, but they've been looking at 3 countries, Serbia, Egypt, 4 countries, Uzbekistan and Ukraine, and they're finding some results there, preliminary results, estimates, that for Egypt, for example, they could save $80 per shipment. They could save over 2 million per year for citrus and potato exports. Serbia preliminary results show $9 per shipment for fruit exporters. That adds up after a while, I would think, I would hope. Next, please. We've talked about the OECD. Obviously, there have been substantial savings in terms of preventing trade losses. I'm putting eFIDO in here specifically, but we also saw the results for the animal sector. And then we've heard, from Dominique, there's an update now. Now it's about 17% of plant and plant products. And as more countries come online, it's going to be more and more. We're doing some things. And then the Global Alliance has also been engaged in some projects in other countries. Ecuador is saving $6.2 million per year, or $14 to $20 per certificate using eFIDO. Jordan, which was the first country to uptake eFIDO in the Arabic language, is saving $15 per certificate. Thailand, $13 per certificate. It's a lot of money being saved. It just underscores the fact that digitalization really works. Now, the grain industry, with which I'm associated now, did a survey in 2022, and we're talking beyond certificates here. We're talking about documentation, e-documentation, and you can see that about 2/3 of the grain industry was already engaged in e-documentation, not just certification, but working with documents, because a lot of documents are not related to government issues. I mean, there's e-bills of lading, and I'll get into that. Contract efficiency using digitalization, automation, payments, etc. There are a lot of benefits that the companies associated with grain trade anyway have articulated in terms of the benefits of digitalization. Go to the next slide, please. So other trade digitalization efforts, the World Customs Organization been referred to today, they have a data model. They're working on digitalizing certificates around the world. And then there are a lot of other private and national platforms that are trying to go digital first. We have TradeWaltz, which is related to Japan. The UAE has Trade Connect. We have Covantis, which is a blockchain that was formed out of the big five grain trading corporations. We have Wave Bill of Lading. The International Chamber of Commerce is trying to make a number of initiatives to digitalize trade. 9 of the top container lines have committed to 100% of e-bills of lading, which can be a pile of paper for a bill of lading by 2030. And that represents about 70% of the total container capacity. And then a number of other countries have signed an e-bill of lading declaration trying to get to 25% of e-bill of lading for beyond just those 9 container lines. And then the Baltic and International Maritime Contracting Organization has also worked on electronic signatures. So a lot of things are going on. Next slide, please. So the future. China, Canada, Australia, Egypt, Turkey. I didn't add all the countries that could really start moving it a little bit faster to exchange both import and export. And as I said, national single windows are great. Big projects with the bells and whistles are great. But you know, in the interim, there's a web-based solution called the GENS. You could use that if you wanted to immediately start trading plants and plant products digitally. Piloting other certificates as a proof of concept. And we talked about WOA not building a hub. They can use the eFIDO hub. That'll work for sure. Continue to get the data on the economic benefits, and we have some now, and I've shown you some of that there on the slides. You know, it is an economic benefit to countries that digitalize. And then I think probably one of the things that's really important is not to be afraid of artificial intelligence, but to make use of it, but pay attention to it. There are some benefits that can be to be brought from that. And then also, and I want to reemphasize this again, because I've worked both in public and private sector, you have to work together and you have to break down the walls of mistrust. And I think a lot of things can be accomplished. And one of the reasons why I referred to the Global Alliance for Trade Facilitation's data is because they're funded by governments, but they have a board that has industry on it. And they work together and they're implementing eFIDO and they're bringing together business and government to improve things and make things better. So I think it's something to not be afraid of, because I'm a nice guy, I think, and most of you guys are nice people, and we're all sitting in the same room. Why not work together and make something better for everybody? Because let's face it, the problem of hunger in the world is not going away. And in fact, in many respects, it's getting worse. But even something as simple as a phytosanitary certificate and implementing it around the world can make a difference in people's lives. And I think it's time we just move forward and keep pushing for this idea. But really, somehow, and we've heard the question, what can this committee do? This committee can go back to government and capital and say, look, let's see what we can do to inspire ourselves and our industry to work together. Let's see what we can do to make an organization like the WTO to take the initiative and build something that's collaborative and for the good of all. And I think that's the bottom line to all of this. And I really appreciate your attention. And the slides are available. And if you have any questions, let me know. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fedchuk. We are now getting into the coffee break, to the lunch break. I just wanted to indicate my deep appreciation to the interpreters that stayed with us a little bit further after 1 p.m. I will skip the Q&A because obviously we don't have any time, but I will invite all of you to approach the presenters today in case you have any questions or comments. With that, we bring the morning session to a close. I look forward to seeing all of you back this afternoon at 3 p.m. for the continuation of the thematic session. We will continue with the remaining speakers in session 1 and session 2. That said, let me take the opportunity to draw all delegates' attention to a side event organized by the United States, which will focus on agricultural applications of precision biotechnology. This side event is scheduled to begin at 1:30 p.m. in room S1, this room, and will also be accessible via Zoom in English. In case you can make it in person, the Zoom link to access this session is available on the agenda in the tab Overview of the Meeting Week, presented at the start of the morning. So the meeting is adjourned. We come back at 3 p.m. Thank you very much. Good evening, colleagues. I do hope you all had a good lunch. Today we have a very good weather here in Geneva, even though it may not seem like that here in the S1 room, but still, yes, I do hope you can at least manage to get some good weather this afternoon after 6 p.m. and that you can enjoy the very nice landscape we have here in Geneva. A couple of announcements before we begin. The first one, and I apologize because I should have said this before at the beginning of the meeting, but we have an early no-tie July rule here at the WTO, which means basically that, yes, I'm not, so don't do what I'm doing. You please, you can be a little bit more casual. Don't do like me, yes. So as you probably know, we usually have in July a kind of a rule that people can come a little bit more casual to the WTO, especially in the context of the warmer weather. So please feel free to do so. The chairperson of the General Council provided us with a beautiful poem about it, so I do hope that we all follow suit.
Extended to cover June.
Oh, yes. So it's not only July, it's obviously from now. Yes. And the second announcement is on time. So the secretariat very helpfully told me that I've been too lenient with the use of the time and that we have too many presentations, all very good presentations. So I will kindly ask our future speakers to actually remain within the allowed time, which is 10 minutes per presentation, so that we can have some time for a Q&A, which unfortunately we didn't have this morning. But still, on that point, I do believe we had a very good conversation this morning. We are in very good shape in terms of getting the broader picture on where we stand on this issue of digital tools. We have both the perspective of the international organizations, and we already have received some very good insights from national experiences. So with that being said, let us now proceed with the remaining speakers of session 1, which addresses digitalization in SPS for trade facilitation. Again, I would like to thank all the speakers that will be joining us online this afternoon, despite the large time difference for some of you. I will ask the speakers for this session to please press the raise hand button. I will first give the floor to Mr. David Tello. He is the Phytosanitary Certification Analyst at the Phytosanitary and Zoosanitary Regulation and Control Agency in Ecuador, who will be presenting on digitalization in SPS for trade facilitation. Phytosanitary Export Certificate Issuance System, ePhyto Ecuador. Mr. Tello, joining us online, the floor is yours.
Muy buenos días, saludos desde Ecuador, buenas tardes allá. Es un gusto para mí poder compartir lo que hemos hecho acá en Ecuador. Lo que quisiera empezar a mencionar es la razón del por qué tomamos la decisión de digitalizar nuestro proceso de emisión de certificado fitosanitario. Esto lo hicimos enmarcado en los objetivos. Si podemos seguir a la siguiente slide, por favor. En los objetivos enmarcados, tanto en el acuerdo de medidas sanitarias y fitosanitarias y los objetivos que tenemos en nuestra institución. Siguiente, por favor. Como ya conocemos, los objetivos del acuerdo es proteger la vida, los cultivos y la salud humana de los perjuicios que puede presentar la introducción de cualquier tipo de plaga en el territorio nacional. Y también, siguiente por favor, enmarcada en los objetivos que tiene nuestra agencia para la emisión del certificado fitosanitario, la cual es garantizar el acceso a los mercados internacionales, certificando la calidad fitosanitaria de nuestros productos de exportación. Con estos objetivos nosotros nos hemos planteado automatizar este proceso. Siguiente, por favor. Es así que con el proceso ya estructurado, siguiente, por favor, de nuestra certificación fitosanitaria, hemos podido evaluar qué hemos estado realizando durante estos años que no se ha podido automatizar. Para hacer un breve resumen, nosotros en Ecuador estábamos emitiendo el 100% de nuestros certificados fitosanitarios de manera física, pero esto en distintos sistemas, esparcido en varios sistemas. Un sistema precario, podría decirse, de agrocalidad, donde se emitía al final físicamente los documentos. Y también un pequeño porcentaje, el 5%, se estaba emitiendo por la ventanilla única de Ecuador. Esto nos hacía un poco más complicado nuestra emisión y nos llegaba a tomar hasta 72 horas emitir un documento fitosanitario. Además a esto, la importancia que tiene este documento para nosotros, para nuestras exportaciones, pues el 25% de los ingresos FOB del país están certificados por este documento, por el certificado fitosanitario. Además, por el número de documentos que nosotros emitimos. Estamos actualmente emitiendo en un promedio anual de 300,000 certificados fitosanitarios. La siguiente, por favor. Esto, además de que nuestros mayores clientes, se podría decir, o nuestros mayores compradores de nuestros productos agrícolas, ya están intercambiando certificados electrónicos. Siguiente, por favor. Esto nos ha permitido enmarcar nuestro proceso de certificación fitosanitaria en un sistema automatizado, teniendo claro que el proceso siempre va a ser la implementación de los requisitos fitosanitarios para exportación, un registro de los operadores, de los productores, de los centros de acopio, los exportadores, para así hacer la inspección fitosanitaria de estos productos y llegar a emitir el certificado fitosanitario. Todo esto enmarcado en las normas internacionales y en las normas nacionales. Siguiente, por favor. Con lo que le he mencionado, con los objetivos y el contexto que hemos tenido, nosotros en Ecuador, en Agrocalidad, hemos ya desarrollado un sistema de emisión de certificados fitosanitarios, el cual se ha tratado de adaptar a la logística de las exportaciones. Hemos implementado 3 tipos de emisión que a la final llegan a dar un certificado fitosanitario, principalmente para nuestros productos de estrella de exportación, que son las musáceas, el plátano, el banano, las flores y los otros productos. Actualmente, el sistema ya está en funcionamiento para lo que es musáceas y otros productos. Y estamos en pleno desarrollo para la emisión de certificados para ornamentales, lo que son flores y follajes de corte. Adicionalmente, ya el sistema está intercambiando certificados fitosanitarios electrónicos y fito por medio del hub de la Convención Internacional de Protección Fitosanitaria, con mucho éxito, con mucho valor agregado. Lo estamos haciendo con Chile, con Estados Unidos, con Perú, con México y con Panamá. Estamos también ya haciendo pruebas con Nueva Zelanda. Queremos también iniciar pruebas con otros países. Estamos en comunicaciones constantes con otras autoridades fitosanitarias para ya ir incrementando el envío de IFITOS. Para otros países que aún no intercambiamos certificados electrónicos, estamos implementando el certificado digital. Es un documento en un formato PDF que tiene una firma electrónica de nuestros técnicos quienes aprueban este documento, y también hay la posibilidad de verificarlo en una página web, en el propio sistema de Ecuador o por medio de un código QR. Esto nos ha facilitado muchísimo el intercambio también de la información del certificado fitosanitario. Siguiente, por favor. En sí, nuestro sistema está estructurado de una manera que permite el flujo de la información. En nuestro sistema están registrados todos los requisitos fitosanitarios que los países de destino nos exigen. También están registrados todos los usuarios. Esto quiere decir que los sitios de producción, los centros de acopio y los exportadores están registrados en nuestro propio sistema, lo cual nos permite hacer una trazabilidad también de los envíos. Esto con el fin que haya una validación de esta información previa a que el usuario nos solicite tanto la inspección fitosanitaria del producto a exportar como la generación de un certificado fitosanitario. Cuando pasan por estas validaciones, y si el envío cumple con los requisitos fitosanitarios, nuestro propio sistema emite el certificado fitosanitario, sea electrónicamente con el formato XML por medio del hub o el documento en formato PDF con la verificación en línea. Siguiente, por favor. Siguiente. Esto nos ha dado varios beneficios. Con el apoyo de la cooperación técnica alemana, se realizó un estudio del posible impacto que puede tener el sistema de emisión de certificados electrónicos. Y cuando ya esté al 100%, es decir, con 0 papeles, la GIZ mencionó que podría generar un ahorro a todo el sector exportador de Ecuador de alrededor de $5 millones anuales. Eso es lo que se ahorrarían los exportadores por el mero hecho de ya no solicitar un papel, por el mero hecho de que ya no se requiere que los usuarios vayan a las oficinas a retirar o a solicitar este documento. Es un ahorro bastante importante para el sector en esta parte. Adicional a esto, nosotros como agencia de control también nos ahorramos la impresión y la transmisión de los certificados en papel. Y nos ha generado una reducción de tiempo en la emisión de este documento. Actualmente, con el sistema que ya está en funcionamiento, nosotros emitimos ya en un promedio de 2 horas el documento, lo que antes nos tardábamos 72 horas. Además, el tiempo de espera en destino para inspección en puerto cuando hemos enviado el certificado electrónico es mucho menos que cuando el país de destino recibe un certificado en papel, lo cual da que los tiempos de desaduanización sean muy cortos y el producto salga mucho más rápido a su consumo. Adicional a esto, como un beneficio para nosotros, es que ya ha llegado a 0 las notificaciones por documentación fraudulenta. Ya no existe documentación fraudulenta prácticamente con el envío del certificado electrónico. Siguiente, por favor. Otro de los beneficios que nosotros ya estamos palpando, que son tangibles, es que simplifica la clasificación y distribución de los archivos o de la data de los documentos electrónicos y enviados. La transferencia de datos es mucho más rápida, mucho más eficiente. Esa información podemos compartirla con otras autoridades, por ejemplo, con aduana o con policía, para que se hagan sus controles. La información que tenemos nosotros es en tiempo real, prácticamente. Nosotros conocemos al instante qué es lo que se está exportando, qué es lo que estamos certificando. Y también ha mejorado la planificación de las inspecciones en el país de destino para que el proceso de la importación sea mucho más rápido. Siguiente, por favor. Otros beneficios que también son tangibles es que estos sistemas de intercambio electrónico son sistemas de bioseguridad, ya que las interacciones entre técnicos y usuarios se reducen al mínimo. En nuestro caso, se han reducido entre 1 o 2 interacciones, solo para realizar la inspección fitosanitaria o cuando el usuario se acerca a nuestras oficinas a cancelar algún valor. Eso ha reducido bastante las interacciones de nuestros usuarios y también la comodidad que se da al usuario al ya no ir a nuestras oficinas. Todo se hace de manera online. Obviamente también se ha reducido el uso de papel por parte de nosotros como agencia. Hemos reducido totalmente el uso de papel impreso. Todo se lo está haciendo de manera electrónica o de manera digital, lo cual también nos ayuda a proteger el agua que se utiliza para la realización de este papel. Es un beneficio colindante y también para realizar la tinta. Obviamente se reduce el consumo de combustible para los usuarios, ya que no se tienen que trasladar para la solicitud o el retiro del papel. Sí, y como ya decía antes, la carga es liberada más rápidamente en el país de destino, lo cual conserva la frescura de los productos primarios agrícolas de exportación. y se evita el desperdicio. Siguiente, por favor. Es así que con todos estos, ya con nuestro sistema ya en un proceso ya de emisión del certificado fitosanitario, tenemos algunos datos de parte de Ecuador. En el año 2023 hemos emitido aproximadamente 265,000 certificados fitosanitarios. Aún estamos emitiendo el 59% de certificados físicos. Es más que nada por solicitud de los países destino, por ejemplo, Comunidad Europea, que nos solicita todavía una firma física en nuestros documentos hasta que nosotros podamos implementar la firma electrónica que la Comunidad Europea nos está exigiendo. Adicional a esto, los documentos físicos del certificado fitosanitario lo estamos haciendo físicos porque estamos en desarrollo para el certificado para flores y follajes de corte. Eso lo estamos implementando y esperamos que este año ya pueda salir. En formato PDF hemos emitido el 31% de nuestros certificados y el IFITO en 10%. Esto es porque recién estamos iniciando este proceso. Esperamos que con el futuro el IFITO llegue a porcentajes mayores y, si es posible, al 100% de la implementación. Un poco más de datos. Rusia es a donde más emitimos certificados fitosanitarios con el 18%, seguido de Estados Unidos con el 13%, y nuestro producto estrella es el banano, donde emitimos el 80% de nuestros certificados, seguido de madera con el 10%. En total, hemos certificado más de 8 millones de toneladas de productos agrícolas a todo el mundo. Siguiente, por favor. ¿Qué es lo que vamos a hacer a futuro? Siguiente. Nosotros como Ecuador, como ya los mencioné, para este año tenemos el desarrollo para flores y follajes para completar todo el sistema de emisión de certificado y también ingresar a estos productos para el intercambio de IFITO. Como también ya mencioné, el desarrollo de la firma electrónica exigida por la Unión Europea también vamos a hacer en este año para aumentar ese porcentaje de emisión de certificado electrónico. Y a la par también desarrollar nuestro sistema para recibir certificados electrónicos. Y así cumplir con las metas que nosotros tenemos, que es el intercambio con todos los países, envío y recepción, y llegar al 100% paperless. Ya cumplidas estas metas, podemos incluir también otros procesos como los zoosanitarios de exportación o de importación y documentos de inocuidad. Siguiente, por favor. Eso es en un breve resumen qué es lo que estamos haciendo como Ecuador con la certificación electrónica. Vuelvo a recalcar que este proceso de certificación electrónica es muy beneficioso. Nos ha permitido ser más eficientes en el proceso de certificación y también ayudar a los usuarios a ser más eficientes en sus procesos de exportación. Estaría muy gustoso de responder sus dudas si habría alguna. Muchísimas gracias por su atención.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tello. I will now give the floor to Mr. Christian B. Dallis, Deputy Director of Phytosanitary Issues Management, Export Services at the United States Department of Agriculture, Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service. Mr. Dallis, who is joining us online, will be sharing experiences promoting the adoption of ePhyto. Mr. Dallis, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hopefully you can hear me, and I appreciate the opportunity to present today. My name is Christian Dellis. I work for the U.S. Department of Agriculture and oversee our phytosanitary certification efforts. I'm also currently the chairperson of the IPPC's ePhyto steering group. Several of my slides will go very fast because they're duplicate information, but I did want to go over a few things that we've learned and new and upcoming changes. So you can skip this slide, please. I think this is a important slide to just talk about briefly, and this is an ePhyto. And I know you've heard a lot today about the hub and how it works to facilitate the exchange of certificates between countries, and it's great. But the one thing that I think not enough people mention about the hub is the validation that it provides. So when we first started working on ePhyto, it was roughly 12, 13 years ago, and we were only able to exchange with one country after numerous years of effort. And it's because each country, even though there is the UN CFAX schema, they would apply it differently and they would use the fields in different ways. So you would have to start over with every country. With the IPPC hub, we've all laid out and defined all of these fields. So as long as you're exchanging in the right format, you can exchange with any other country that participates. Next slide, please. You can skip this one because it's all been touched on. Skip this one, please. Skip this one. Skip this one. And skip this one. From the US perspective, you can see the number of countries that we're now exchanging electronic certificates with. It really took off in late 2018 when the hub started, but you'll see the big uptick in 2020 or so. And a lot of that was in response to the COVID pandemic. It really accelerated the use of eFIDO around the world. We actually show slightly more trading partners than you would hear through the IPPC's discussion. And that's because historically we sent paper documents to a number of territories. And now we still have to accommodate those countries and trading partners and territories. So it actually leads to a number of certificates that are destined to territories, all going to the sovereign nation now. You also see that we've now surpassed the number of eFIDOs that we receive versus send. And this represents roughly 50% of our certificates are now done electronically. We also have a website where we maintain a list of all the countries we are exchanging with. And some of them we can only send to, some we can only receive from. So it's very important to keep that distinction. Next slide, please. The benefits, I think you've heard all of the things that numerous speakers before me have touched on, but I would like to emphasize that the benefits can be difficult to identify. There's the quantitative one, you know, time and cost and everything that everybody has touched on, but there's also a number of qualitative benefits: advanced reporting, risk analysis, enhanced change processes, and the elimination of fraud. So there have been a number of changes that we've made as we've improved our system and begun doing electronic certificates. So as we receive all the information ahead of time now, we can actually make decisions before goods even arrive. We can also have much better reporting. So if we know that we've received the same commodity hundreds of times and never had a problem, then we can actually impose risk-based sampling so we don't have to actually look at every single shipment like we did historically. And I think eliminating fraud is so important because it protects legitimate trade. And I don't think enough people realize that, but in my 17, 18 years in this position, we've had a number of countries that have approached us with certificates, and they were going to shut down entire markets. And when we actually investigate the whole issue, the certificates that they were finding problems with were all fraudulent. So it actually was jeopardizing the legitimate trade. Next slide, please. Here's just a very simple benefit. On the left is the certificate that we traditionally received from Argentina in a paper version. They now send us an eFIDO, so when we get to our inspectors, they see the format on the right. The key here is every eFIDO that we receive, our inspectors now see the exact same format. So they know where to look for the information. It really streamlines the paperwork review process, so it actually leads to faster release of shipments. Next slide, please. Craig Fedchuk mentioned it before. Cooperation between governments and stakeholders is very important. We've had to make a number of changes to our system because even though we had moved to eFIDO, it's an automatic process. It happens behind the scenes. It wasn't very transparent to our exporters and importers. On the top is what our screen looks like when we've received eFIDOs. And the moment a country starts sending us eFIDOs, every eFIDO we receive, we repackage and send and share with our Customs and Border Protection officials single window system. So as long as the importer can file their paperwork or entry documents properly, it will invoke and add the eFIDO to their record. So the day you start sending us eFIDOs, we no longer need paper documents. And on the bottom is the view that we plus our exporters have, which shows the certificate number, but it also shows the eFIDO status. And this is what we had to add because it wasn't clear to exporters that the eFIDO had actually gone. eFIDO sent means that the eFIDO went to the IPPC hub, and eFIDO received, it changes to yes once the receiving country actually pulls it down from the hub. We've also added an indicator to our paper FIDOs whenever they are sent via eFIDO, and we actually still allow industry to have access to paper copies of certificates, and a lot of times they need those papers for reasons other than the NPPOs exchanging the information. Next slide, please. We've also made some changes in our system. So as a new country says they're ready to exchange eFIDO, me or someone on my team can enable that country in our system without having to use any sort of development. We just go into the system, we can enable them to send and receive. And there are two cases of special consideration. Some countries send with base 64 encoding. So that's when there's a lot of special characters in the language predominantly. And also for sending, the European Union requires the digital signature, so we can actually apply it if any other country actually requires it. Next slide, please. We've also started working on quality control, removing non-quantitative units of measure, redundant parts, correcting records, and cleaning up harmful organisms. A lot of the work that we're doing now is to prepare us for further automation as the third tenet of the IPPC's project of harmonization gets more and more robust. Then we'll be able to automate even more features. Next slide, please. On the global eFIDO front, I'm sure you've heard all of this previously this morning, but just on the USDA side, we are undergoing some technology refreshes. We're working on further eFIDO harmonization and want to introduce the response messaging, which a number of countries have already put in place, and also breaking out the additional declarations and treatments into their subsequent parts, which is something that we have to work on in our system, and also channels for eFIDO, which would allow exporters, as they're requesting a FIDO, to send it to other parties other than the MPPOs. Next slide, please. Some big lessons learned. When exchange begins, it's not over. You can start slow. You don't have to start with 100% in either imports or exports. We have a number of countries that have started with us very slow with just a number of key exporters or key commodities. It is very important to have a key contact for troubleshooting and testing. The IPPC does have a consolidation tool or collaboration tool that's part of the IPPC hub, and it allows people that are running into problems to post messages so that any other country that's already dealt with a similar issue would be able to help them out. Monitor, monitor, monitor. I can't emphasize that, once it's set up, there can still be issues or challenges. I probably get 3 or 4 messages a week from trading partners with regard to a particular FIDO and something not happening as expected. And please take advantage of technology to modify processes. If you've historically had ways that you did something, it doesn't mean you just want to turn that into the way to do it now that you're doing it digitally. Figure out ways if you can use the technology to make that process more efficient or remove any of the things that have been barriers before. Next slide, please. Thank you again for allowing me to speak today, and I look forward to at the end if there are any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Delis. Now I would like to open the floor for questions related to these presentations. I also note that there are some speakers from the morning session that are still here in the room. So if you also want to direct any specific question to these speakers, please feel free to do so. Other than that, the floor is now open. Okay, I see no flag. So if that's the case, thank you again for to these two presenters. Let us continue with the next speaker, Mr. Rodrigo Robles, Electronic Certification Coordinator at the Agriculture and Livestock Service in Chile, who will be presenting on electronic sanitary certification, development of EVET, and consolidation of eFITO in Chile and Latin America. Mr. Robles, joining us online, the floor is yours.
Buenas tardes, buenos días, no sé si me escuchan, me ven.
Lo escuchamos bien, adelante.
Ah, perfecto. Bueno, primero que nada, un honor estar acá presente con ustedes. Agradezco a la OMC, al Gobierno de Chile y al Servicio Agrícola y Ganadero del Ministerio de Agricultura de Chile la oportunidad de mostrarles el trabajo los últimos 10 años en certificación electrónica sanitaria SPS. Adelante. Contarles que como formación veterinaria, yo soy médico veterinario, eh, visualizamos que el mundo tiene un flujo continuo de suministros de principalmente alimentos y energía, lo que cualquier retención de un flujo continuo provoca lo que en un organismo podría llamarse un trombo y por lo tanto un infarto. Adelante. Y con este principio creemos que mantener un flujo continuo tiene un componente de facilitación de comercio, mucho hablado en estas sesiones en relación a los ahorros que significa para nuestros exportadores e importadores. Pero cito nuevamente el tema sanitario para mí y para nosotros del grupo que estamos trabajando en Latinoamérica es muy relevante. La siguiente, por favor. Por lo tanto, la presentación se focaliza en las historias y oportunidades de la certificación electrónica. Adelante. Eh, Miren, creo que la presentación parte de adelante hacia atrás y contarles que hemos estado en instancias como la Cámara de Comercio Internacional en relación a iniciativas de mostrar trabajos de estandarización que vivimos durante este año, el año pasado, con búsquedas de ya no solamente estandarizarnos nosotros, los médicos veterinarios, los ingenieros agrónomos, mejor dicho, todo lo que dice relación con la certificación sanitaria, sino también con todos los actores que participan dentro de la cadena, la aduana, por ejemplo, transportistas, bancarios, etcétera, el sector público y el sector privado. Adelante, por favor. Eh, en ese contexto, creo que una de las claves que ya se ha conversado, que Christian Delis lo mostró muy bien, es haber logrado este estándar que recuerdo fue trabajado en su inicio por Nueva Zelanda y aquí agradezco a Drasko Pavlovic por aquellos años, el 2006, compartirnos con todos los países este trabajo de estandarización de un lenguaje XML, que es la clave de lo que hemos logrado hasta la fecha, donde un certificado fitosanitario se transforma en una información entendible, utilizable por países del Asia, de África, Medio Oriente, América, Europa, y ese es el gran valor de que tiene este lenguaje estándar que nos permite conocernos, comunicarnos, cooperarnos y trabajar Adelante. Bueno, como se ha hablado, la solución IFAITO, en la cual llevamos 5 años, yo llevo 5 años trabajando en el Steering Group. Mi presentación quiere resaltar los trabajos de las personas, si bien estamos hablando de tecnología, pero creo que una de las claves del trabajo de IFITO y su éxito, adelante, por favor. Siguiente, esta evolución en Latinoamérica nos tiene muy contentos. Adelante, por favor. Vemos en el mapa en los 2 años pasados todo cómo se va integrando un grupo de países. Adelante, por favor. Hasta que hace un mes y medio atrás, Brasil comunica el inicio de sus operaciones IFITO y por lo tanto este proceso de evolución al paperless que hemos estado conversando hoy día. Como ya han comentado, la cantidad de países registrados y operando y el nivel de certificados que se han sido intercambiados y la potencialidad hablan de una solución muy interesante y muy replicable sus experiencias y logros. Adelante, por favor. Hablaron de los beneficios y por eso creo que claramente no cabe duda de que hay un beneficio y hacia la facilitación del comercio. Los ahorros son importantes y en el trabajo público-privado podemos cada vez empaparnos de todas las logísticas necesarias para el sector privado, en mi caso como sector público, entender la problemática que viven para que los alimentos puedan llegar a su destino y destino en buena forma y por lo tanto atacar esa pérdida por problemas de botar alimentos por temas comerciales. Ese es un foco que es interesante analizar y revisar también. Adelante. Nuestra Asociación de Exportadores de Fruta también certifica y ha mandado en algunos artículos de prensa lo importante en estos tipos de ahorro, en estas variables, lo que también hace que como sector privado nos esté respaldando con mucha fuerza, entendiendo el beneficio de todos, del sector privado y del sector público. Adelante, por favor. Bueno, con todos estos beneficios ya mencionados y con lo que mencioné de poder darle esta, sin duda, línea sanitaria al respecto, nosotros estamos planteándonos aquí en Latinoamérica la discusión de 4 líneas de trabajo que apuntan a lo siguiente. Adelante, por favor. Ya con la experiencia fitosanitaria mencionada, de los artículos, los estudios de la OSD, del STDF y del sector privado, el Global Alliance, podemos estar con claridad que es un sistema que opera y funciona muy bien. Por lo tanto, el ir al 100% del paperless, pero con mucha, diría yo, responsabilidad, al traspasar esta tecnología a la parte animal, es una de nuestras prioridades como región. Esto cabe en evidencia y adelante, por favor. Se puede graficar nuestra frontera con Argentina. Esto es un ejemplo gráfico de el borde, la frontera que tenemos en la montaña, en los Andes, con Argentina, países que fuimos pioneros el 2020 en operar con fitosanitarios sin papel a través de la solución Hub. IFAITO CIPF, y podemos ver a la izquierda el escritorio de un ingeniero agrónomo revisando un fitosanitario y la demanda de la mano derecha del escritorio del veterinario todavía utilizando los papeles y revisando toda la información. Chile hoy día presenta un 70% de paperless en fitosanitario y 0% en la parte veterinaria, por lo tanto, ese es nuestro foco y también trabajando en Latinoamérica en esa dirección. Adelante, por favor. La segunda línea es la aplicación práctica del XML. Nosotros estamos trabajando muy fuerte en las potencialidades del IFITO para resolver problemas puntuales como el tránsito. Chile, adelante por favor, en su geografía es un acceso al Pacífico y al Asia de los países de la región y a la vez también es la llegada para los suministros tanto de Brasil, Argentina, Paraguay, Bolivia. Todos estos países hoy día ya cuentan con IFITO y con la eliminación del papel y como ustedes podrán ver dentro del esquema del XML existe la posibilidad de diferenciar certificaciones que van en tránsito. En este caso, con Argentina, podemos diferenciar que la mitad de las certificaciones van en tránsito y con toda la normativa o acuerdo que significa eso y por lo tanto estamos revisando la aplicación de esta tecnología para tener un mayor control de movimiento, facilitar el flujo para el comercio, pero sin bajar para nada la seguridad y el objetivo nuestro de garantizar las condiciones sanitarias vegetales, animales, vida silvestre y todo lo que hacen nuestros inspectores en frontera. Adelante, por favor. Eh, en ese contexto, adelante por favor, en Ginebra, en las Naciones Unidas y un CEFAC se lanzará o trabajará el parte final del libro blanco de tránsito, donde estamos participando, entregando la experiencia que estamos viviendo con el uso de IFITO. Adelante, por favor. También todo también lo que he escuchado de Ecuador y varias, y sin duda lo que mostró Europa, Helen, en relación a el uso de la información, adelante, por favor, que nos permite una trazabilidad, que nos permite oportunidades de manejar la data de aquí en adelante y mejorar nuestros sistemas para de alguna forma construir un cerebro que nos permita procesar y aportar con muchas más herramientas la parte sanitaria y sin duda reflejándose en un flujo continuo del punto de vista comercial. Adelante, por favor. No dejamos de seguir y ver las coincidencias que esto está teniendo en un concepto muy fuerte hoy día de una sola salud. Los ejercicios, la experiencia de la pandemia nos ha enseñado de que tenemos que actuar y intercambiar de la forma más ágil informaciones a todos los involucrados. Adelante, por favor. Entonces, dentro de las líneas de acción de una sola salud, identificamos la línea 4 en términos de los riesgos, las comunicaciones, los manejos y cómo de alguna forma va desglosándose y mostrando las necesidades de mejorar nuevos canales de comunicación. Sin duda, este lenguaje estandarizado mundial XML es un paso enorme y después la aplicación de nuevas tecnologías probablemente aportará más a esta idea de tener una conexión, un vínculo, un término que claramente está muy ad hoc a lo que estamos hablando de vincularnos. Puede ser una línea en que IFITO, IBET o ICER faciliten esta línea de acción de este acuerdo cuatripartito de una sola salud. Adelante, por favor. Finalmente, contarles que una línea de acción regional es la conexión o plataforma probablemente. Nosotros como Chile desarrollamos tres distintos modos de intercambio. Un modo que es a través gobierno a gobierno, G2G, como habló Drasko Pavlovich, y que tenemos conexiones con algunos países. Tenemos una plataforma regional de una alianza de los países Chile, Perú, México y Colombia, que inició operaciones paperless antes que la HAPS-IPF, el 2018, donde hoy día tenemos desarrollando una certificación veterinaria ya en 2 años de trabajo entre técnicos, informáticos y de negocio, y tenemos ya modelos XML intercambiándonos en pruebas. Tenemos finalmente una solución Hub CIPF que catapultó esto, que hace que nuestro certificación electrónica en la parte fitosanitaria está en un 70% y nosotros prestamos el servicio de productos acuícolas, el servicio de transmisión también del XML acuícola. Adelante, por favor. Con esto estoy terminando. La cooperación es importante, como mencionaron. Adelante, hemos hecho el 2023, adelante, 2 simposios que buscaron transmitir toda la experiencia de un grupo de países, de todos los países que representan el ICA, Norteamérica, Centroamérica y Sudamérica, a través del GISBI, Interamericano de Coordinación de Sanidad Vegetal. Este grupo opera activamente y se plantea los desafíos. El primero fue la conexión. Hoy día les mencioné estas líneas que mostré en esta presentación y estamos también viendo la posibilidad de coordinar un taller único. El 2023 fueron uno en Sudamérica, Argentina, abril 2023. Otro fue en República Dominicana y Fito, agosto 2023, y ahora estamos proponiendo unir un programa trabajado en este marco del GISBI que busca analizar la situación actual del IFITO, pero por sobre todo entregar la experiencia y el conocimiento al sector acuícola, animal y bueno, a todo en la industria interesada. Con eso me despido. Muchas gracias por la oportunidad. Hasta luego. Grupo GISBI, Sudamérica y Norteamérica, República Dominicana, son articulados a través de el Grupo de Trabajo en Certificación Electrónica Fitosanitaria, GISBI. Muchas gracias. La siguiente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robles. I will now give the floor to our last speaker. For session one, Mr. Bryce Carson, Acting Deputy Assistant Administrator for the Office of International Coordination at the United States Department of Agriculture, Food Safety and Inspection Service, who will present on e-certification of animal products for human consumption. Mr. Carson, joining us online, you may now take the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to present today. It's exciting and encouraging to hear all of the great work being done around the world on the topic of digitization. And it's also a bit humbling and a difficult act to follow with Rodrigo and Christian, but I'll do my best. My name is Bryce Carson. As mentioned, I'm the Acting Deputy Assistant Administrator with the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Food Safety and Inspection Service in our Office of International Coordination. Next slide, please. In our agency, the Food Safety and Inspection Service, or FSIS, is responsible for ensuring that domestic imported and exported meat, poultry, and egg products are safe, wholesome, and properly labeled, and this includes the certification of those products as well for import and for export. Next slide, please. So as others have mentioned, many of these benefits around electronic certification and digitalization of certificates, these have been covered quite extensively, I think, today. We have the secure data capture and certificate authentication that digitalization affords. It saves our inspectors time as well as the industry, exporters and importers. It removes those less secure paper processes. It reduces the complexity of country-specific certificates, which is something we're working toward on both imports and exports. It documents that electronic application and certification history as well in our system, which we have found leads to more efficient problem solving with partner countries. This last point, I think, is an important one. It's when there are questions around a shipment, it really the electronic data in our system really gives us an advantage in communicating the facts around any given shipment in terms of the timing of the certification and application that occurred, and helps us to resolve those questions a lot more efficiently than we otherwise would. Next slide, please. Some of the challenges that we've seen in implementing electronic certification and digitalization of certificates include really learning about each country's capabilities to start. So that's why an event like this one and others like them are so important, I think, to hear what the stages are of development of our partner countries around the world, and gives us an opportunity to have those closer conversations with countries to learn all of the good things that various countries are doing. Many of us are in different stages of systems development, and that's fine. Even within our own agency here at FSIS for exports and imports, we're at different stages of development, and I'll mention that as I go along here today. There are, of course, costs to development, and it's as we're all familiar with, prioritizing changes when needed can be difficult internally within our respective agencies and departments and organizations. We also see paper-based requirements that provide challenges to us. Wet signatures or paper documents, including transit, which Rodrigo mentioned a bit in the eFIDO world, is a difficulty that we encounter from time to time. We also find, and this is kind of both a challenge as well as an opportunity, that the bilateral engagement that electronic certification exchange requires is is a sustained commitment. It's something that really teams have to, from both countries, have to maintain that working relationship for enough time to make sure that the exchange is affected efficiently. Next slide, please. So a bit about our experience in FSIS. To meet that mission that I mentioned at the first, one of the first slides, to ensure the safety of meat, poultry, and egg products, we have our Public Health Information System, or PHIS. This is our web-based IT system that we use to collect, consolidate, and analyze data. This system was first implemented in 2011 for domestic product, and was then in 2014 we implemented for imports, and in 2018 for exports. Next slide, please. So to start with our import side, for electronic certification, we have the capability for data exchange and have implemented that capability with, to date, 3 countries, Australia, New Zealand, and the Netherlands. And we are working to add more in the very near future, we hope. Our capability allows us to receive that eCert data via XML directly into PHIS, as has been, as that kind of capability has been discussed, I think, pretty extensively so far today. And our capability is adapted from and compatible with that UNC-FACT SPS eCert standard that, again, has been discussed today as well. Next slide, please. Some of the basic steps that we've identified to implement import eCert is to form that interdisciplinary bilateral team. And we are in the animal products world talking about bilateral exchanges at this point. We share information, technical documentation, as well as the interconnection security agreement that FSIS requires to document the exchange, the secure exchange of the data, including points of contact, contingency plans, and so on. Our step 2 is for that bilateral team to conduct technical meetings, map the data, and develop samples which we can test. And finally, in step 3, to plan and initiate that eCert transfer in the production environment, which involves a great deal of stakeholder communication as well. Next slide, please. For exports and PHIS, I will note that what I'm about to describe is not data exchange to date. But our system currently allows exporters to submit applications electronically in the system. It allows our inspectors to review and approve and digitally sign certificates in PHIS. And it allows country officials with access to the system to view and authenticate certificates. So these certificates are digitally signed PDFs, so not electronic certification to this point. But we really view this as kind of a bridge to the data exchange that we seek on the export side as well. To date, we have 150 countries and territories implementing our current capability since beginning in June 2018. Next slide, please. On the export side, we do have a digital signature, as I mentioned, that is applied. It's a US government credential-based signature that includes key information such as the name, title, a unique ID, date and location of signature. It's validated through our department's electronic identification security system and uses public key cryptography as an additional layer of verification that importing countries can use to ensure that the certificate is in fact authentic. Next slide, please. PHIS export also allows country officials with PHIS access to view and authenticate certificates in the system using a certificate signature viewer, or CSV, role in PHIS. So the officials with access to the system can view and validate those certificates. They can also generate reports to analyze the data in the system and the certificate data elements as they need to. Next slide, please. So in terms of where we're going in the future on export eCert, we currently have and had developed the capability to send eCert data. So these are the data elements of our basic meat and poultry export certificate, FSIS form 9060-5 data elements. We haven't implemented this yet in production environment, but we are working with a small handful of countries partnered with us to begin working toward implementing this capability, which is based on, again, on that UNCFACT SPS eCert standard, as it was on the import side as well. And again, we're beginning to work with a handful of countries to implement this capability. And this is really where we want to go as an agency, to have a paperless future, and really implement on the export side what we've done on the import side as well. Next slide, please. Thanks, and I'm happy to take any questions. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carson. Now, I would like to open the floor for questions related to these presentations. The floor is now open. Okay. Oh, I see Chile. Chile, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, presidente. Bueno, yo dudé porque más que pregunta es un comentario. Los presentadores de la mañana y ahora los presentadores nos han dado un panorama interesante de en qué situación está la certificación electrónica y cuáles son las brechas. Por parte de Chile, como lo dijo recientemente el presentador de Chile, Rodrigo, nosotros ya tenemos más de 10 años de experiencia en certificación electrónica. Eso ha sido un largo camino con muchas dificultades. Tenemos 70% de la certificación fitosanitaria en formato electrónico, pero aún falta mucho que hacer. Y se pueden identificar algunos caminos que seguramente les pasa también a otros miembros. Nosotros tenemos que seguir trabajando en continuar con la implementación de IFITO, ojalá a un 100%. También otro elemento importante que se identifica como una necesidad es la armonización de los certificados veterinarios y implementar un sistema centralizado que permita acelerar los procesos de certificación electrónica, así como la experiencia de IFITO. Curiosamente, o por razones muy justificadas, pero para los que desconocemos este tema, hay una gran disparidad entre el desarrollo de la certificación electrónica fitosanitaria comparada con la certificación veterinaria. Y el último punto es que también hemos identificado que la cooperación y las alianzas multilaterales permiten acelerar estos procesos. Y ahí es importante el apoyo de las organizaciones internacionales y los foros multilaterales, donde también nosotros hemos participado y hemos tenido positivas experiencias. Eso quería compartir, presidente. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Chile. I don't see any. Yes, I see South Africa virtually. Mr. Thembelani, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Appreciate the platform and opportunity once more. Mine, I think, is just now Chile has touched on most of what I wanted to raise, Chairperson. I don't want to summarize today's presentations. However, all the presentation indicated to us that there is a progress in uptake, whereas it is slow on the eFITO. So the request or my comment would be, there was a comment coming from the floor. I think it was SPS colleague asked as to what can the SPS do for us on the e-fighter, but however, Mr. Dominic indicated that already there's a suggestion that the IPPC hub can be expanded for other electronic certification system. So Chair, the request is that, is it possible of the SPS committee to drive that agenda as this, if we go bilateral or individual countries, it will take time and it will cost us more money. Whereas if it can be coordinated centrally from the three sisters, being the IPPC, OA, and the Codex, and maybe come up with a more harmonized and standardized way of moving forward in terms of electronic certification on SPS issues. Because I tend to think even in our own countries, once we develop a system in silos, it takes longer and it takes more time. If that's possible, Chair, that it can be coordinated from the SPS so that at least all the countries and regions can follow a standardized and more proactive way of moving forward with electronic certification. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, South Africa. That is indeed a good reflection, and it fits very well within the context of the purpose of this thematic session, which is also embedded within the sixth review. So there is, I feel, a lot of space for this committee to reflect on the elements and the insights we are getting from this thematic session and the ones we will have in the near future. Now, let me see if there is any other request for the floor. If that's not the case, before we move into session to session 2 on the future of digital tools and new technologies, I will not try to summarize this, but perhaps it will be a good moment for us to reflect on what we have learned for the moment. So this morning we had the presence of the international standard setting bodies, the ISSBs, where they basically presented to us their approaches to digital tools. We also had the presence of the OECD and their very insightful presentation also on the impact of these digital tools in trade. We also, I think, we gained a lot of insight from several national experiences on the design of these digital tools. We went from SOAP protocols, which still I don't fully understand what is that, but I got it, to single windows. So we have the whole spectrum of the design challenges and opportunities and types of paths authorities can take. And we also heard a lot about the challenges, the opportunities, the costs, and the benefits of implementing digital tools. And here it is, I think there is a strong message here that the benefits supersede the costs by far. I don't think I'm going too far by saying that e-certificates are here to stay, and they are actually the new normal. This is what's going to happen in the next few years, as we have seen by the presentations. There are still issues with implementation, of course. We still need to reach critical mass on some of these e-certificate platforms. But also, I think there are many elements here that are similar to the rollout of previous technologies, related to, of course, making sure that people understand and use these new technologies. So with that being said, I think we are in a very good position to move towards session 2 on future of digital tools and new technologies. So in this session, participants will explore future developments and challenges in using digital tools to facilitate safe trade. We will showcase ongoing projects and upcoming initiatives, including the application of technologies such as artificial intelligence and machine learning. Discussions will focus on how digital tools can enhance efficiency and safety in global trade. I now invite the speakers for this session to come to the podium if there is any. For those joining us online, please press the raise hand button to participate. I will first give the floor to Mr. Rolando Alcalá and Ms. Amy Grundling from the SPS Secretariat, who will be presenting on possible enhancements to the EPING SPS and TBT platform. Rolando and Amy, who are here with us on the podium, you may now take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. Maybe good morning or good evening for those who are joining us online. So we will first, so perhaps we can move to the outline of the presentation on possible enhancements to the EPING SPS and TBT platform. So we'll first recall the coverage and main features of the EPING platform. This will be very quickly because we had a workshop in March on EPING. And then we will look at possible improvements to EPING and finally provide an overview of the STDF EPING project. So first, Amy will start and I will continue with the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Rolando. As many of you already know, the EPING, SPS, and TBT platform developed by the WTO in collaboration with ITC and UN DESA helps users to track, notify, and communicate about SPS and TBT measures globally. Launched in 2022, this platform builds on the former EPING alert system to enhance transparency. And as we referred to the previous workshop on transparency, where we in depth discussed the different users' rights and the functions that the EPING system brings, it mainly focuses on the notifications that can be submitted, as well as various STCs that can be searched for, and to find information about inquiry points and national notification authorities, as well as other documents and access to facts and figures of importance. With the single sign-on, delegates with access rights can also navigate easily between EPING and the e-agenda. Users with additional rights have a wider range of functions available. For example, they can submit notifications and also use the platform to outreach and communicate for national purposes and international purposes. Just to note that this interface is available in the working languages of the WTO, English, French, and Spanish, but as well with the support of ITC, it has also been available in Chinese, Portuguese, and Vietnamese, which we're very excited for. It is possible to recommend to sign up and receive alerts for notifications of interest. And this slide just mainly summarizes what I've discussed with the different user rights and with classifying them under the three main functions of staying informed, submit notifications, and communicating and reaching out. Recalling back to the workshop that we done in March, there are some key statistics that are of significance. We now have a total user registration of over 25,000 users, of which the 28% are from developed countries, 63% are from developing countries, and 9% from LDCs, of which the USA is the largest majority from the developed countries, Vietnam from developing countries, and Uganda from the LDCs countries. Looking at the user profiles, you can see that the majority is from the public sector with 47% and the private sector with 40%. And this really highlights the importance of transparency throughout the value chain within public and private sectors. Another key statistic to take in consideration is that only 14% of WTO members have been activated to use the national forum, and we wish that this percentage will increase in the future, since this is a valuable key. Now, looking into the future of EPING, we have summarized the different proposals from members that has submitted their request within the SPS 6th review, as well as the TBT 10th triennial review. Some of the key elements was from Brazil that proposed the annual agenda item for handling notification comments and enhancing EPING. Chile, improving transparency in the common process for notifications using the tools like EPing, the European Union, with evaluating IT developments to facilitate safe trade through the use of EPing and e-certifications that we have discussed today, and with New Zealand, with the improvement of identification of SPS and TBT notifications through different use of technologies such as AI. And lastly, the United Kingdom with promoting electronic tools such as eFITO, EPing, and other e-certification. Very similar submissions has been submitted to the TBT. However, we would like to highlight Chinese Taipei's proposal for the automatic matching of products with HS codes. Within this review, this SPS 6 review, we thought it would also be interesting to highlight the global practice guide from TBT. This guide mainly focus on the different common processes and how to coordinate domestically. And this guide focuses on improving transparency, not only to foster dialogue, but also for cooperation and predictability, and with that, reducing trade barriers. With that, I will give it to Rolando.
Thank you. I was trying to ensure that my slide was showing up. Yes, of course, I will build on what has just been said. Based on discussions that we are seeing that are happening in the SPS and TBT committees, in the ongoing reviews of the SPS and TBT committees, feedback that we have received during training and technical assistance activities, discussions with our EPing partners, ITC, UNDESA, and also internally in the WTO with TBT and IT colleagues. There are some possible enhancements, technological enhancements that we can consider or we can list. One could be improving communication tools to revamp the communication and outreach functions, to make them more user-friendly and to make them customizable to the outreach needs of users. We have seen that the statistics, very few members are using the outreach communication functions. Another could be to increase the ability of unofficial translations of notifications and draft regulations beyond the three working languages of the WTO. This is something also that has been discussed in numerous occasions in this committee, in the TBT committee, and are currently being discussed. Enhance the free text search function to improve its precision and reliability, or add new functionalities to assess potential trade impacts of a notified regulation by linking the notification information to trade data. So we saw some examples of what can be done within the context of the OECD. So that could be also something that could be considered adding on EPing. So now these technological enhancements will be assessed for possible implementation, and that's some good news here. They could be assessed in the context of the new STDF project that has just been approved by the STDF working group last week. So perhaps let's have a quick look, overview of the newly approved STDF EPing project. So the project in question is STDF project grant 1000. So the chairperson of the STDF working group referred that as attaining the climax of the meeting with this PG 1000, and the title of the project is improving the use of the EPing SPS and TBT platform to enhance transparency for market access. So the application document and the budget will be publicly available on the STDF web page soon. And now a little bit more on the project. It's worth noting that this project's long-term goal is to support market access for developing countries and LDCs through enhanced transparency of SPS and TBT measures. So that's the long-term goal. And one of the immediate goal or outcome of the project is to achieve enhanced clarity, predictability, and regulatory coordination on SPS and TBT regulations affecting trade through an increased uptake of the EPing platform in the applicant countries. So the applicant countries are Kenya, Namibia, South Africa, Tanzania, and Uganda, who are requesting this project and will act as pilot countries, providing feedback on improving EPING to better respond to the transparency-related needs, making EPING more user-friendly for all users. In addition to the in-depth engagement with applicant countries, other members will be consulted on possible enhancements to EPING. Now, what are the foreseen outputs? Again, in a nutshell, these are the main outputs of this project. As a first step, the number one, a needs assessment using questionnaires, interviews, and consultations will be conducted in the 5 applicant countries to assess gaps, including the low use of certain functionalities, such as the communication functions. And the needs assessment and mapping of stakeholders will help identify and validate possible enhancements to the EPING functionalities. They will also shed light on coordination at national level to better understand, for example, how comments on notifications are prepared. And this is a starting point, of course, as all WTO members will be consulted on the technological improvements through, for example, surveys or other consultation mechanisms. There will be also new training and technical materials on the use of EPING, including its communication and coordination functions, will be developed for the applicant countries and taking account of their needs. And furthermore, these materials will serve as a basis to develop general guidance documents and materials for all countries. And finally, the project also includes organizing national workshops to take full advantage of and optimize the use of enhancements on EPING. And to conclude, who will benefit? So as seen, the project aims to increase the uptake of the EPING platform among developing countries. So the public and private sectors will benefit from this project. WTO members notify more than 6,000 new or changed regulations annually under the SPS and TBT agreements. And such regulatory changes can affect market access and make the business environment less stable and predictable. No? So considering the volume and the diversity of new or changed SPS and TBT regulations, it is challenging for interested stakeholders, particularly in developing countries, to track, adapt, and react to changing product requirements. So government officials, notification authorities, inquiry points will benefit directly from this project as they will have an efficient means of coordinating domestic comments on new or changed regulations submitted by other trading partners. And they will also be able to share comments and communicate with other trading partners more effectively using EPING. And producers and traders, including MISMEs, will also directly benefit from the project. They have direct access to notifications of interest, can find the contact information of inquiry points, notification authorities, and communicate with officials to raise any concerns within their countries and also with other trading partners. So to conclude, facilitating timely access and dialogue on regulatory developments worldwide through EPING can contribute to reducing trade costs and facilitating safe trade. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Rolando. and Amy for sharing these developments from the SPS Secretariat. I'm sure that they will elicit quite a few questions and comments throughout this SPS week. And we all love EPING. I should have also my ping on EPING today, but I forgot it. But yeah, I'll get it tomorrow. Now, let us now proceed with the second speaker, Dr. Yu-Guang Li, agronomist at the Research Center for International Inspection and Quarantine Standards and Technical Regulations, General Administration of Customs in China. Dr. Li, who is here with us on the podium, will be presenting on China's new practice in SPS digitalization, development, and application of SPS Express. Dr. Li, you may now take the floor.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. My name is Yu Guangli, and I'm from the General Administration of Customs China. It is for me, I'm very pleased to share with you the development and application of digital tools by the Chinese government in the SPS and TBT fields. In recent years, China has been committed to exploring the application of digital technology to provide a more comprehensive, more expanded, and more professional service to foreign trade enterprises in order to promote the development of the international trade. Today, I would like to introduce to you a new digital tool developed and constructed by China for sharing information on SPS and TBT measures. We usually call it SPS and TBT Express. Okay, there are 4 parts of my sharing. Okay, the first part is why did we develop this tool? As we all know, in recent years, the forms of SPS and TBT measures has been evolving. The scope of them has been expanding, and their impact on industries has extending. By 2023, the total number of SPS and TBT measure notifications has exceeded 75,000. Surveys indicated that in 2022, the direct losses incurred by China due to the impact of foreign SPS and TBT measures exceeded 300 billion yuan, with additional costs exceeding 130 billion yuan. And after investigation and analysis, we found an important reason for these losses is the insufficient of the dynamic changes in foreign SPS and TBT measures, and the inadequate channels for obtaining information, which leading to insufficient response capabilities and large loss. The Chinese government is deeply committed to fulfilling international obligations, including the SPS agreement and the TBT agreement. It has introduced the innovative concept of smart customers, smart borders, and smart connectivity, with a strong focus on enhancing interconnectivity and trade facilitation in the digital area. Therefore, to eliminate the information gap between the government and enterprises in SPS and TBT measures, China has innovatively developed and built SPS and TBT Express, relying on the single window to provide enterprises one-stop service and help them to understand the SPS and TBT measures comprehensively and intuitively. And in the second part of my presentation, I would like to highlight the key features of SPS and TBT Express. Okay, the first one is centralized workspace. SPS and TBT Express is an integrated digital tool that combines query and retrieval, intelligent push, and risk warnings and customized consultation. We have integrated all its functions into the single window website interface. It looks more intuitive and convenient. Besides, to help users overcome language gap, we have reprocessed the original information from the Yiping platform into Chinese and created for additional database with over 200,000 entries for supporting the various functions. Okay, the second one is precise instant push services. The SPS and TBT Express has several special, precise, and timely information services. First, the platform has a memory function which can intelligently analyze the historical customers' declaration data of enterprises. When the platform collects SPS or TBT information related to the enterprise's export products or destination countries, it will proactively push the information to the enterprises and display it on the homepage of Good Declarations interface to draw the enterprise's attention and help them foresee potential risks in advance. What's more, when enterprises fill in customer declarations, SPS and TBT Express can automatically match the corresponding data in the foundational database based on the product's HS code and country, then issue risk warnings, alerting enterprises to the possible impact of foreign SPS and TBT measures so as to reduce the loss caused by information asymmetry. Besides, users also can subscribe and receive relevant SPS and TBT measure information through WeChat. As we all know, the most widely used communication app in China. Users can subscribe SPS and TBT measures information that they are interested in according to the HS code, country code, product's name. Look at it. Look at this picture. SPS and TBT Express could push the information through the WeChat official account. Okay, these are some push functions of some SPS and TBT Express. Okay, the third one is professional customized consultation service. SPS and TBT Expresses features a specialized consultation port. It can collect, organize, and analyze information on SPS and TBT measures according to the needs of enterprises, and provide in-depth consultations, interpretations, and customized advice at any time, transforming the expectations and demands of enterprises for SPS and TBT measures into actual service effect. Okay, this part is about the function of SPS and TBT Express. With the next part is about the performance and outcome of it. As a professional consultation and a pre-alert for platform, SPS and TBT Express can flexibly allocate data resources, providing enterprises with function service before, during, and after customer declaration. At the same time, it subtly trains enterprises to independently understand SPS and TBT measures, better mitigating risks. SPS and TBT Express has achieved good effects since its launch in November 2022. As of May 31st, 2024, it has pushed 3.3 billion pieces of SPS and TBT measure warning information to over 1.7 million foreign trade enterprises involving 148 countries or regions and nearly 10,000 product categories. Last, in the future, with the continuous innovation of information technology and the development of digital technology, the SPS and TBT Express will also continue to be optimized and upgraded. First, to implement China's requirements for the construction of smart customers, we will integrate and connect with other SPS and TBT measure information platforms, continue to perfect the information database, and build a digital toolkit to provide more professional service for foreign trade enterprises. The second is to develop a mobile app to facilitate information sharing and connectivity, enhance the convenience of service, and help foreign trade enterprises to timely grasp the dynamic changes of SPS and TBT measures and obtain first-hand information. Okay, the last one is mobilize the ecosystem of foreign enterprises participation. SPS and TBT Express will serve as a bridge for communication between the government and enterprises, promoting positive interaction and creating more opportunities for enterprises to get involved in the response to SPS and TBT measures. Okay, that's all for my sharing, and thank you for your attention. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Lee. I will now give the floor to Ms. Louise Wiggett, founder and CEO of Global Trade Solution, who will be presenting on how Digitization of the SPS requirements enhances trade flows and enables a single government window approach. Ms. Wiggett joining us online, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, colleagues, and a warm greeting from South Africa. It is wonderful to have some of our South African and African colleagues online as well. And I want to thank the WTO for the opportunity to present here. I'm actually presenting from a completely different perspective and really from a trade perspective. To see what plans we've made within the trade environment to digitize the SPS information and what impact that has had on the trade flows within our area. Thank you, Amy. Next slide. So I think the starting point is really to start with what the WTO Director General has said about Africa, is to say that Africa's share of world trade has really stagnated at 3% or less for many years, but there's massive opportunities to improve. And the example she highlighted was Nigeria's potential in terms of cowpeas and sesame, which could generate a huge amount of income, but because of the problems to meet the quality and certification standards, this income is lost. And although the potential exists there, it is still a big challenge, particularly around poor transportation and the storage of these agricultural products. And this emphasizes the need from a supply chain point of view and from a trader point of view that we need to ensure that our trade flows, and especially with agricultural products, that it flows uninterrupted, and also that we can get the products to the market in the most effective way, that it is in accordance with the standards and complying with the international markets. It's very exciting to hear what all the colleagues shared, especially the colleagues from Chile, what the work that they've done. Also the e-ping system, I'm very excited hearing about that and hearing that South Africa and both Namibia is going to be partnering there. So I'm looking forward to being part of this journey. Thank you. Amy, next slide. So if we really look at the current state in sub-Saharan Africa, we can see that the transit times are still very long. The areas that are less than a week is in the lighter color. The areas that are 1 to 2 weeks is more broadly spread, and then obviously 2 to 3 weeks and beyond 3 weeks. Now, dealing with agricultural products, we know that this cannot be the right way to do it. By the time, it doesn't matter whether the goods were in the right quality standards when they left, by the time they get to the international or the African market, they are not going to be of the correct quality, and the standard would have dropped, which has got a massive impact on your ability to export and your ability to sustain markets. Thank you, Amy. Next slide. So if we really look at the transport cost and our particular corridors in Africa, we see that least developed countries, the transport costs make up 21% of the landed costs. So it's a big cost component. And also landlocked countries, it makes up 19% of landed costs. It's lengthy, our road corridors are congested, and very importantly, it's not so much the duties anymore. With the development of AFTA, a lot of the duty problems have been aligned and are busy reducing, but it's the non-tariff barriers, which SPS is one of those, that are becoming more and more prevalent and more significant. Thank you, Amy. Next slide. So if we look at the world of customs, and it was wonderful to hear all the speakers talking about standardization of the codes. Obviously, we've relied very heavily on the UN CFAC standards and also the development that's been done between the ICC and the WTO to standardize the work. But on the customs side, this has been a long-standing approach. Customs have had a very well-developed data model that has been developed in conjunction with the WCO, and that is really facilitated. And Amy, you can press through until we get all the slides up. For customs to business and for customs to customs data exchange, and also naturally with the approved economic operator program wrapping around it. This environment is digitized and the flow of data is very easy. And I hope with the developments that's being done in the SPS environment, we could get to the same level of adoption of technology tools. In terms of the AEO program, maybe an appeal or a call for action, whether that kind of approach and concept couldn't be considered within the SPS environment. Obviously, if somebody is an approved economic operator, they conduct their business within the safe framework of standards. And I think this is an excellent opportunity where we can incorporate both the WCO and WTO principles together into one opportunity and make it easier for trade. Thank you. Next slide. So really, what did we do from a trade point of view within our region? The three, as we call it, the trilogy of trade, valuation, origin, and tariff, is quite well entrenched and understood within the Africa context. And this information is quite readily available. What we did, and very much the China Express approach, coincidentally, we added the SPS requirements into this trilogy of trade, as we refer to it, because we found that it is very important that the trader needs to know before they start trading what is the requirements, not only from a customs point of view, but also from an SPS point of view. So by doing this, we facilitated import and export and movements under the trade agreements, and any rebates and duties that could be drawn back quite effectively. And we have found that having this information together in one data lake and using it when you are busy doing your concluding your import and export transactions alleviate quite a lot of problems. It also drives costs down. A lot of the speakers were referring to the e-certificates have been driving costs down. We have found by incorporating the SPS requirements into the knowledge pool and the data sets relating to the product, we've been able to enhance that. And I will be stepping onto the single window that was developed in South Africa and how we were able to then really look at using that data, which we've now been able to collect quite close to the source. So it's really understanding what the product is about and looking at it from a tariff point of view, being able to see what the SPS requirements are. What also assisted the trading environment quite a lot is the fact that we don't have to submit core data elements again. It's quite interesting if one looks how many times trading names and registration details have to be resubmitted. And by integrating this process and going into the single window environment, we've been able to cut that out. So it's really now a single agency submission through an integrated single window. This also allows for the knowledge and expertise to be embedded into the technology platform and to be updated on a regular basis. And this can be done for multiple countries and for multiple customers. And that has really had an immense benefit because, especially in the agricultural space, where depending where the need of the product is, you will have your traditional markets, but you would also, for example, in COVID, lemons from South Africa that traditionally used to go to Europe, a lot of it suddenly went to China. And if you weren't proficient with the Chinese requirements, then there was a lot of hurdles in your way. So our concept is do it simply, better, faster, and only do it once. Really fits into the concept that China has shared with us, where we use the technology, the machine learning, that will then allow the trader to be aware of what they must do prior to actually shipping it and ensuring that they are compliant with all the requirements. Thank you, Amy. Next slide. So what has been the benefits of really changing this process is that we've got a single process and it's standardized. All the information is pre-cleared. We've also used technology to eliminate certain manual processes. We've automated compliance tracking. So instead of the officers having to do the work to see whether we're compliant with requirements, from a trading point of view, we are quite confident that we are. We've used machine learning to actually teach the data lake on how to react and actually how to interpret the data. And again, to refer to the AEO certification, that has helped to secure the supply chain from a customs point of view. And then ultimately, we've added some IoT and smart seals to the vehicles to ensure that the quality of the agricultural products can be maintained, especially temperature control, and some of the other SPS requirements can then be monitored as both the vehicle or the vessel with container on moves along. Thank you, Amy. This is just an example of some of the technology that's being used within Africa. The bigger picture is actually every single vehicle that is operating within the East African community is being tracked from the Mombasa port across the region. You can see whether it's an inbound or outbound vehicle, and you're able to actually see what goods are being carried in the vehicle and whether it's compliant. We're also using some number plate recognition technology, which is obviously very effective because that allows for the vehicles to not have to stop at the border post, but it can actually flow through the border post. So very exciting developments. And we're also now looking at doing facial recognition of the drivers, so linking the immigration process to the customs and SPS process, that the driver can remain in the vehicle and you can get the transit time through the various border posts much quicker. Thanks. The next slide, Amy. This is just some of the results that we've had, and this has been very encouraging. If we can replicate this with the help of the SPS community across the African continent, it will be a remarkable achievement. We've had a 37% reduction in customs and SPS clearing times, 92% reduction in documentary and SPS inspections. We've also reduced our standing time at the border close to 60%. And if we look against the context that 19% of the landed cost is actually transport cost, if we can get these vehicles to move quicker and we can actually multiply this approach across the continent, there could be a huge time saving, cost saving, and naturally a quality saving with perishable products, which is ultimately driving that approach where we say we should be able to export more. We just need to ensure that we can move the products in an acceptable way, that the correct standards and quality can get to the overseas market. Thank you very much, Amy. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Louise Wiggett. I'm the founder and CEO of Global Trade Solution. We're based in South Africa, and we look forward to working with the SPS teams across the globe and also with the e-ping system in the future. And again, thank you for the opportunity to participate today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wiggett, for joining us today and for sharing your industry perspective. Now, I would like to open the floor for questions related to these three presentations. Are there any questions or comments? The floor is now open. I don't see any flag in the room or online. So if that's the case, let us continue then with the next speaker, Mr. Anthony Nicoli, Supervisory Consumer Safety Officer for the Office of Import Operations and Regulatory Affairs at the United States Food and Drug Administration, who will be presenting on the use of AI and or machine learning for the digitization of food product imports. Mr. Nicoli, joining us online, you may now take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the committee members for inviting me to present at this presentation. looking forward to the conversation. I was able to present a couple of months ago on some digitization efforts, so it's really exciting to see all the things from across the world that folks are doing and really helping out trade and legitimate trade across the world. As mentioned, my name is Anthony Nicole. I'm a Supervisory Consumer Safety Officer with the Office of Import Operations, United States Food and Drug Administration. Our office is responsible for reviewing and examining all the products that FDA regulates that are offered for import into the United States. So we'll talk a little bit about why that's a very large job to do and why digitization is not necessarily something that we want to do, but something we have to do to make sure that we're able to do our job effectively. Next slide, please. So before I kind of get into the meat of how we've gone into artificial intelligence, machine learning, and use that, it's good to know where we come from. The United States has a long history of regulations that strive to keep the public safe, while at the same time facilitating compliant trade, including acts such as the Drug Importation Act, the Tea Importation Act, and the cornerstone of the modern FDA, the Pure Food and Drug Act of 1906. But pretty much from the 1800s all the way up to the 1980s, that has been a very manual and paper-driven process. In the 1990s and the 2000s, the agency saw the need for the digitization, was an early participating agency with U.S. Customs on moving to digital world to review products coming into the country. Our first electronic systems began use in the 1990s, and we were able to review shipments coming to the country electronically and communicate decisions on some admissibility decisions without getting any paperwork. Early in the 2000s, FDA was processing close to 8 million shipments per year that were offered for import at our borders. Many of these shipments required firms to register with FDA and list products that they produced. To aid in this, FDA issued guidance and started accepting those registrations electronically, which rapidly increased compliance for products that required that information. The digitization also allowed FDA to more effectively target shipments with violative history so that we could detain the products, such as those products that were listed on Import Alert, and ensure that they were safe for entry into the US. Digitization allowed FDA to more quickly release items that had good compliance history, bringing legitimate trade into the US commerce without unneeded delay. The 2000s also saw the first rules requiring information to be submitted to FDA electronically under the prior notice provisions of the Bioterrorism Act of 2002. By the end of the 2000s, the annual number of shipments being processed was over 21 million a year, and FDA was already looking at what the future would be in handling the increased load. So in the 2010s, we were seeing an increase of shipments every year, about 5 to 10%. So a new targeting tool was developed called PREDICT, or the Predictive Risk-Based Evaluation for Dynamic Import Compliance Targeting. We'll talk a little bit about this on the next slide, but just briefly here, other stuff that we looked at during that time was a system called ITACS, or the Import Trade Auxiliary Communication System, for use by regulated industry. This system allowed anyone to query a shipment to see current releasable status, provide documents to FDA regarding the shipment, and communicate availability of the shipment for examination, all electronically. Further enhancements allowed firms to receive required notifications to be sent electronically, drastically reducing the time it takes to receive admissibility decisions for products that have been examined or detained by FDA. FDA also promoted a transparency initiative to help educate the public and regulated industry on FDA findings such as refuse entries, firm product combinations, Import Alert, volume history, inspectional history of firms, and more. The Food Safety and Modernization Act puts requirements on importers to assure food products are being properly produced, making this type of transparency vital to assure regulated industry has the tools necessary to aid their required duties. By the end of the 2010s, the annual number of shipments being processed had more than doubled from the previous decade and was now over 45 million shipments a year. So in the 2020s, while FDA was facing increasing volumes, dwindling resources, and emerging technologies, we're looking at what our review would look like now and in the future. The agency has piloted artificial intelligence machine learning targeting models to see how they can improve current targeting practices, as we'll talk about in one of the upcoming slides. As part of the new era of smarter food safety, FDA continues to explore new technologies as well that will aid in food safety, such as digital ledgers that more quickly identify supply chains. We're also exploring automated assistance to help aid in communication with industry as regulations focus more on prevention rather than reaction. Our means of training and transparency have gotten more complex as well. Training videos released through YouTube on the importation process have been developed, and we've deployed multiple interactive dashboards so that importation information can be easily used by industry and public alike to see what FDA is finding. Much of what we are doing is still in development exploration stage. but it's exciting to see the possibilities and how technology can allow FDA to leverage big data to truly evolve our regulatory processes. So let's now focus on Predict and AI and how we're enhancing that. So next slide, please. So there's definitely been discussions internally within FDA of whether or not Predict would be considering machine learning. But what it is has allowed FDA to use continual learning to improve our targeting since its inception. Deployed across all US ports in 2012, Predict's purpose was to improve screening and targeting to prevent harmful products from being imported to the FDA while also expediting compliant trade of goods into the country. Predict would replace FDA's legacy screening tool. It would take FDA into the future of screening and really evolve our process, being able to more efficiently target and process products coming into the country. Predict uses automated data mining and pattern discovery along with open source intelligence to evaluate each line offered for import on the basis of risk factors and surveillance requirements. The risk factors are determined by FDA subject matter experts, making Predict not truly autonomous, but what it is doing is Predict is constantly reviewing new data being fed into the tool and evaluating each line offered for import in the country on the latest data and information available to it. In this way, Predict has been learning since it was rolled out and throughout its life. This has allowed Predict to adapt to new information. The information that Predict uses is based on some static information. As I mentioned, we have subject matter experts that might provide inherent risk of products or information that would be available to them. But we also use findings of FDA inspectors while conducting inspections. They do exams on that products, if they do samples on those products, as well as accuracy of the information being provided by the import community. This allows Predict to constantly evolve and evaluate products on real time and assess the risk based on that product that is being offered at that time. So a product being offered today may not necessarily have the same risk factor it is if we see that same product 6 months from now. Predict will use that information that's provided to it, use the examinations and the findings that we've had, and reevaluate that product in 6 months to determine whether or not we need to be looking at that, targeting it for future regulations, or as long as we can release that product out into the commerce. It's an incredible tool to aid FDA in its mission. However, technologies continue to evolve. In an effort to continue to evolve as well, FDA looked into what a more fully autonomous screening may look like to enhance Predict's capabilities. Next slide, please. So over the last handful of years, FDA has been piloting AI machine learning tools that can be used to help augment FDA's screening capabilities. The training so far is focused on targeting of seafood, as over 90% of seafood products consumed by Americans is being imported into the country. This allowed FDA to have a fertile testing grounds for any new targeting tool and allowed us to see how AI machine learning could enhance our targeting system that we currently have. The pilots began with a phase 1, which was a proof of concept to simply validate whether it would work or not. The proof of concept was trained on years of retrospective data to determine what potential results of using the tool could find. The results were overwhelmingly positive and showed that with the models being tested, FDA could improve targeting of seafood, with the most ambitious results seeing almost a 3 times increase in targeting potential. This was not only exciting for targeting of potentially harmful products, but also for FDA to reduce the impact on compliant trade by focusing on the potentially highest risk products. The findings in phase 1 allowed FDA to greenlight a phase 2 pilot that could further explore the model usage in real life. Phase 2 was again performed on seafood products, as were all the phases of this piloting that we've done so far. This time, the models developed during phase 1 were used to conduct in-the-field targeting were integrated into existing targeting. The goals of phase 2 were to mainly focus on how the models would integrate with the existing systems. The pilot found us being able to easily analyze and return sample recommendations within seconds using the model, allowing for integration with the new tool and current screening tools that Predict was using. This meant that we could go ahead and try other methods and models with artificial intelligence machine learning, knowing that we could be incorporating that into our current targeting system. So after the success of phase 2, translated into a third phase of the pilot. Phase 3 was performed to determine if models could be made in-house and deployed using lessons learned from the first 2 models. For this phase, the pilot focused specifically on problem areas related to microbiological contamination and decomposition in seafood. This was done because previous models showed strong performance when they were focused on particular areas or problems of concern. The pilot was successfully completed and again showed promising results, effectively improving our violated findings for the areas of microbiological contamination and decomposition when compared to our control group findings. The models developed have led to enhancements in predict targeting now and have further informed our next steps in AI and machine learning. So while we haven't been able to fully incorporate AI and machine learning yet, we have been able to continue doing modeling outside of predict, and then using our predict interface and our screening ability, we're able to put those models into effect in different areas outside of seafood and expand that use of what we've done in the pilots. So after successful completion of these 3 phases, we are really looking to see how we can fully implement the findings into our screening. So not just using models outside of predict, but also incorporating them into it and allowing predict to truly be autonomous and learn and evaluate in real time as best we can. We're also looking to expand to all different commodities. We have slowly done that with some of our predict targeting, allowing some of the models that are outside of seafood to come into play. But we would like to see how artificial intelligence and machine learning can help all of the different commodities that FDA regulates as well. Next slide, please. And then finally, I just wanted to talk a little bit about kind of the backbone of what we have for artificial intelligence machine learning, which includes data. Data is important for everything as we're developing these machine learnings and developing artificial intelligence. Data transparency is integral in FDA's efforts as we continue to work on being more efficient with our targeting. As I mentioned in the timeline discussion before, additional efforts are being made for that transparency of FDA data through quicker access for all. As volumes of entries continue to expand and regulations such as those in FSMA and HACCP put more requirements on industry to take preventative measures, access to data that FDA has is critical. This data can also help inform other government agencies about FDA findings, allowing public health agencies across the world to be proactive in identifying potential issues that may affect the population with their own country. This also allows our industry members to be using this information so they can make more informed decisions on products that they might be getting into being imported into the United States, and allows them to prevent any of the issues that we have been seeing in the past. A few of the publicly available data that we have is under FDA data dashboards. We show inspectional results that FDA has for most inspections that are conducted, both domestically and those done in our foreign countries. Basic information about how the inspection was classified and what the findings can be easily searched. Compliance actions showing FDA actions taken, such as warning letters, seizures, and injunctions that we've had as a result of some of our inspections. We provide recall information that has been voluntarily provided to us. It shows any products that have been recalled, including product descriptions and the reasons for the recall. Multiple dashboards were built for import data, including overall summaries on how many lines we see for importing, including lines that are getting refused, examined, or sampled for all countries and fiscal years going back to 2002. Refusal information going down to the specific shipment product that was refused, where the product was manufactured, and whether it was sampled, or have private lab sampling and what it was refused for. And shipment-specific information where you can see the final disposition of lines down to specific manufacturers or products, or take a wider lens and see particular countries. The dashboards are designed to be interactive as well, with the helpful feature being able to simply click on a firm identifier and see a firm profile, including all this info for each firm. We also have import alert searches. Our import alert search allows for firm product combinations that have been found violative in the past and may be subject to detention without physical examination. This info is critical for companies looking to import products and looking at potential new suppliers at U.S. Firms fulfill their legal requirements to assure products being imported are safe. It also provides info to those firms that are listed on the import alert on how they could potentially be removed from these lists once they've addressed the issues which led to the problem. Import alert searches can be done by multiple methods, including using products, firms, keywords, or problem areas. Finally, we have dashboards called FDA Track, which is several dashboards that were developed to help track performance by FDA in a slew of categories. While there are many areas that may be of interest to various regulated industries, for this conversation, I'll mention specific dashboards related to import food products. These track areas related to number of foreign inspections, recall events attributed to imported foods, and volume and results of foreign supplier verification inspections. These dashboards and search engines typically come with abilities to download large data sets, meaning that industry or foreign governments could use this data in their own systems, improving overall public health across the globe. And I think it just highlights the importance of, while we are everybody's looking at new artificial intelligence, machine learning tools that we can use to better enhance and be more efficient in our processes, we still have to rely on data and using sources of data to feed those models and improve on that efficiency. Thank you for the time. And I'll hang on for any questions later.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nicoli. I don't know why I do feel that there is a huge gap between what we heard this morning between let's stop using paper to the conversation we're having this afternoon, where we are discussing artificial intelligence, right? So we should reflect on the fact that there is a big gap between what we should be doing 10 years ago and what we should be doing now. And perhaps for reflection, we can come back to this, is what are the leapfrogging opportunities here? Within the context of the telecommunications technological revolution, people went from not having cell phone in general to having mobile phones without going through the landlines. So we need to wonder if we are here within the grasp of something bigger, of new opportunities, because the gap will continue increasing if the situation is going paperless to using artificial intelligence and machine learning. So let's find the possibilities there. So with that, I will now give the floor to the last presenter for today, Ms. Eva Signer, investigator of DG Sante at the European Commission. Ms. Signer will be presenting on AI developments for tracing illegal activities in the agri-food chain. Ms. Signer, joining us online, please go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, good morning to the audience. I hope you can hear me clear and loud. I'm in the middle of a thunderstorm, and you just, Chair, referred to technical improvements of what we have seen in the last 10 years. I hope my connection will last. I'm sorry for any inconvenience caused for the interpreters. Let's hope that even besides thunderstorms, the line will hold. So next slide, please. And next slide again. Who are we? The EU Agri-Food Fraud Network is a network of the member states' liaison bodies, the European Commission, and the European Union Agency for Law Enforcement and Cooperation, Europol. And what do? We exchange information on agri-food related matters through the IT tool IRAS, which most of you know also for health related notifications being used in the European Union, and a very close connection to the database of traces, which my colleague this morning was mentioning to you and explaining to you. Next slide, please. The scope of our actions are food, feed, plants, animal health and welfare, plant protection products, organics, GMOs, and protected indications. So we have a wide range where the regulation in 2019, 17, 15 is referring to and let us investigate into cases of agri-food matters. Next slide, please. In the overall alert and cooperation network, we had roughly 7,900 notifications last year, which is on one side, the notifications having a health issue, which are RAS notification. We have AAC notifications, which are non-compliances, and we have the agri-food fraud notifications. And on top, health notifications. All these informations are gathered in the same database, the Alert and Cooperation Network. And well, the question in the future will be, how do we make best use of these data which we have at our hands? And with that, we started a pilot phase 2 years ago on how to make best use and trace goods in the agri-food chain. I'm an investigator in agri-food, so I'm investigating as border control people try to find out the right consignment to be checked and share information and start investigations in the European Union member states, but also get in touch with third countries, so with all of you in the rest of the world. If we see an operator not play, as speakers this morning also mentioned, it's a legal trade we want to protect while finding out the ones who are not playing by the rules. So we started, next slide please, the project which resulted in TraceMap, where we try to focus on really try to find back patterns and also products along the food chain. Next slide please. So the fun fact about all those databases, as the chair just mentioned, well, from paper to have it in a database, and then what to do with it when it's in the database. First of all, of course, it's easier. But between 80 and 90% of all these data in our databases or relational databases are, and you can't search for unstructured data, which is, of course, we saw also this morning and in the early afternoon, those examples of e-certifications having the fields everywhere, so the inspector knows where to look at, and everybody knows where to look because the fields are everywhere the same. But for unstructured data, like a copy or a photograph of an item which has been, during a control, been uploaded in the system, you can't search for those informations in this kind of unstructured data in relational databases, where you only have the structured data, like you have the company name, you have the country where it's coming from or going to, you have the different food business operators, the certifying bodies. These are all structured data. But what do you do with the pictures of everything? So the solution would be a graph database. So it's an evolving scheme organized in a meaningful way, always to extract useful insights from this type of data. So we need to have the relations, we need to have the traceability of products to allow the checks and also go back the chain in case of also food emergencies if we need to recall a product quickly from the market. Next slide, please. So before, just to give you a brief example, this is a product which had very high levels of lead, chromium, mercury, and counterfeit turmeric powder included, and we wanted to trace it back, and it took us quite a while to get from all the invoices and data we had at hand in the system to go back, and we had a lot of question marks even after reviewing it from a lot of different notifications going to each of the individual invoices in the system and trying to find back the lots, the importers, and everything. So this is an example of how we dealt with it in the past, and it took us a lot of time, manpower, and investigative capacities, and a lot of context between different people who needed to be involved. And the goal is in the future that we do this a bit more automatically, which will not exclude the human factor and the human brain to investigate in those issues, but to support through artificial intelligence the investigators working on those cases. Next slide, please. So what do? We have the IRES database for the time being. In the pilot phase, we only use IRES data, where we have the invoices, we have the certificates, we have analysis of laboratories, and all these were through natural language processing extracted from the database and the documents. So it was a combination of the structured data as well as the unstructured data. And the document intelligence extracted those information and then pushed it forward to a searching tool and presenting the information in a search engine and a knowledge graph. So first of all, you have a search engine, which I always call it's my preferred quick. Let us look through it, and with basic information that you can type in what you're looking for. You can look for a case, you can look for a product, you can look for a name which came up in the past more and more. And then in the end, the idea is of having a traceability map in the second part of the artificial intelligence program to visualize the information, but also to allow from there, if you have spotted some relations, going back to the search-based application to see that. Next. Applying the AI to the trace agri-foods chain. I think I have interferences. I'm really sorry. I'm really in the middle of a thunderstorm. So we have those structured information and the communications in the IRIS tool, and where we have up to 2,300 documents per day. And these were pushed to Sinequa, which is a search-based application and indexing all this information for us and pushing it to the knowledge graph of Neo4j. It should accelerate and multiply the detection of fraud and recall processes for dangerous projects. And we are aiming to detect recurrent activities and accelerating building traceability maps with that. Next slide, please. So this is a video, and I don't speak, so you can only watch it. This is how the project looks like. So basically, you have the follow-up of the information after you search for something. You have all the structured information. You can search for it. You have on the right-hand side the original documents, which allow you a quick reference testing look at the items. And you have all the information which we have in traces, which we have in IRIS to filter on it, having a look, adding new information on the right-hand side. So on the second step, of course, you can filter the information, because if you don't filter, you will end up with all this information which you have already in the database, but in a different setting. So you can, for example, then filter on companies. You can filter the company places, or also the timeline in which you're interested in having notifications. And then you enter in the second part of it, which is then your use of the knowledge graph. And all this information is pushed to this knowledge graph, which you then can use to expand more of the information, visualizing, because human brain is very, very much reliable on visual information. We are very bad actually in our brains, or only some gifted ones are very good in extracting a lot of information from structured data. If you have a huge Excel file in front of you, you might find relationships, but our visual recognition is a lot helping us to understand these informations much better. So we can extend here also on products and maybe finding other notifications that were related to the same company and expand this information from there again. And then at some point, you might want to go back to the search-based application to search better again in the other one. And then you have the link, and it's referring you back to where it came from in the beginning. So this was just a short video on what the pilot only gave us. Next slide, please. As a side project, we also started using large language modules to extract data and asking the system then questions on it. where we ask, please find out duplicated pet passports IDs, because we have a huge influx from non-vaccinated and pure, very badly breeded puppies entering the European Union, with it coming with problems of rabies and vaccinations not administered properly. So we have a project and are working on pet passports IDs. So the system was able to also extract those 1186 pages, which we asked to have reviewed within 1 hour, and still it was not optimized. And the system found 19 duplicates. So we had the same passport involving in 12 notifications. So basically it was a copy of the pet passport in different from the same number on different pets being entering the market or being checked with the same passport ID. Of course, no human brain would be able to do this work in 1 hour, reviewing 1,186 documents, besides the costs of opening the notification, finding the right notification. The accuracy is at 70%, not ideal. We are working that in the next phase, when we are enlarging the usage, also to make everybody in the member states from the competent authority making use of the system, that the accuracy will be better. And if you look at the costs for the administration, those runs will cost roughly €3 when you compare it to the costs of a human brain investigating all this information over days. It will be more expensive. Next page, please. One other thing is that we are starting to use prompts which are known from maybe open source applications like ChatGPT, that you use a predefined questions to ask the system, what do you find in the data you have? And the initial question was, knowing what the dates stand for on a vaccination passport, do you detect any anomaly? And the answer within seconds was, there's a noticeable anomaly related to the reps and vaccine. The administration date is listed as 1st of January 2020, but the production date is March to May 2020. This indicates that the vaccine was apparently administered before it was produced, which is not possible. So it is just an example of how you can make perfect use of vaccination of AI in the databases you have at hand, also for investigation purposes. So our goal is to make the system more stable, to make it more easy and user-friendly to use, because I mean, I'm an economist by training. I'm not the AI specialized person from the technological background. So I'm explaining what I need, and I just see the results and can work with it. So this is my part of the work in the program for the time being, that I'm explaining to the AI people, like, I want to do this, and how can you help me to do this? And actually AI can help us a lot without really in the end producing. Of course you need double checking and human brain capacities, and maybe also between member states in the union, but at some point maybe also between the operators who might have access to the system, which is not agreed yet. But this is far in the future, but you wanted to make. So this is what we did in the past, what we're doing. So we are for the usage of all member states. And also at the same time, we will try to ingest also the data of traces, where my colleague Helen Klein was speaking about this morning. And you saw the amount of certificates she has at hand. And we are ingesting those informations within the next 6 months as well, to follow up and use artificial intelligence also in this. Thank you for your time. Keep in touch. You have the email address. And I hope the line was not that bad and you could understand what I said. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Signer. Here, your colleagues were telling us that it's Brussels, so it should be okay. We missed some of your some parts of your presentation, but I think in general, what I could get was really fascinating, and definitely it showcases again all the possibilities that we can get from digital tools related to SPS. Um, So with that, I would like now to open the floor for questions related to these presentations, and again, to any other presentation already provided this morning or this evening. Any comments, questions? The floor is now open. Okay, so I have a couple of questions. The first one is directed to Miss Louise Wiggett. I think she's still with us. Um, so well, if I don't think she's with us anymore, but this is a question that I'll actually ask to all of our presenters today. Um, this morning we had this discussion and this strong message on the importance of having a strong relationship between the private and the public sector, especially because at the end of the day, the users of these platforms are actually in the private sector. Um, what do you think is the main challenge that you faced when you are building this platform in order to have the private sector engaging with you in order to better build this relationship? So that's my first question. Is an open question to all the presenters today, to all the speakers. The second question to those that have presented elements on artificial intelligence and machine learning. Um, which type of guidelines have you used in including this particular um, mechanisms, instruments, digital tools within the scope of the SPS platforms? And what are the possibilities of linking this type of artificial intelligence elements within other platforms that are also related to trade? Not only on SPS issues, but also, for instance, on trade statistics. So these are two general questions. I don't know, perhaps we can begin with Dr. Lee, if you want to provide any comments, questions, reactions.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And as we all know, China's foreign trade industry is developing rapidly. Each year, Chinese customers conduct surveys on the impact of foreign SPS and TBT measures. The result shows that every year there are enterprises suffering losses due to being unaware of changes in foreign SPS and TBT measures. Over 70% of foreign trading parties hope to receive government assistance, especially in terms of information sharing on SPS and TBT measures. Additionally, uh, uh, as for the platform of SPS and TBT measures, in terms of EPIN, the EPIN platform is primarily in English, while China's language is Chinese. So enterprises often struggle to use EPIN or understand the relevant information. Therefore, we the challenges for me to is with for me for China we developed SPS and TBT Express to build a communication bridge and effectively achieve positive interaction between the government and enterprises. At the same time, SPS and TBT Express present the e-ping information in Chinese, which can effectively over language gap and helping enterprises more easily and intuitively grasp TBT and SPS measure. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee. The issue of information sharing and the language barriers and gaps, definitely there's a strong potential there for digital tools and future digital tools to address exactly this issue. So it's a very good point. And again, I go back also to the presentation by the Secretariat on the possibilities of using free translation was the word, informal translation, unofficial translations. Thank you. Thank you, Rolando. So I see a lot of synergies. Now, it is also true that in general, when we are discussing things like artificial intelligence and machine learning, many of us, including me, we are still trying to wrap our heads around the implications of these technologies. So with that, any other questions that members may have on these presentations? I see the flag of the United States. United States, you have the floor.
Thanks, Chair. It sounds as though we're kind of getting toward the end of this, and as the, I suppose, proponent, although I think when we put forward the proposal for this session, I thought that we were speaking on behalf of the will of many other members. But I just wanted to make the comment that, number one, thanks to all the speakers for really doing a great job of highlighting what really has been a very, very critical and interesting part of the WTO and the SPS committee's history, which was COVID, but also the relationship. I think many speakers addressed the relationship between the rapid uptake of technologies or the change in our approaches due to the extremely unfortunate and tragic situation that we all went through as a global community several years ago. For the purposes of our efforts moving forward for the report, I think we have lots to reflect on, and I think that the inputs will probably go far beyond what we've discussed. We'll go far beyond what we're ever able to capture in the sixth review, and so I think as we as members contemplate what that review is going to look like or what the summary of that's going to look like, we should be mindful of the presentations that we heard here and formulating whatever recommendation we may decide to come up with. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, United States. Indeed, I think this is a good segue into the next part of our agenda for today. I don't see any more comments or questions on this session. So with that, I would like to thank all the speakers for the presentations on these new developments in the digital tools landscape. Thank you very much, Dr. Lee, for being with us today. I will now move on to the closing session of this thematic session. We have gathered valuable insights and experiences on digital tools from various perspectives, including the Secretariat, observers, members, and industry representatives. Before concluding, again, I will welcome any additional thoughts on the presentations or suggestions for next steps. Here, I probably understand that Rob already provided some initial comments, but again, the floor is now open for any comments or reactions. It doesn't seem to be the case. So with that, we have reached the end of the thematic session. I trust it has enhanced our knowledge and understanding of the digitalization of trade and its impacts. Allow me to express my gratitude to all the speakers for their engaging and informative presentations today on this topic. I also wish to extend my sincere appreciation to all participants for their contributions to the discussion, as well as to the Secretariat and interpreters for their dedicated work. The presentations delivered during the thematic session will be uploaded to the SPS events, workshops, and training web page. Additionally, I will compile a concise factual report to be distributed to delegates via email and included in the summary report of the formal meeting. We will convene both in person in room S1, this one, and through Interprefy for the informal meeting of the SPS committee tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Geneva time. Once again, thank you. This thematic session on digital tools is now closed.